Now I'll call the meeting to order. Welcome to the afternoon session of the first day of the budget committee hearings. We'll have introductions from my left.
Commissioner Shepard.
Pat Malone, Commissioner.
Nancy Wise, Commissioner.
Curtis Wright, citizen member,
Cody Hull, citizen member.
and maybe
And
the front
Chaz
table.
Jones. Chaz Jones, citizen member.
So,
Introductions.
Rick Krager, Assistant County Administrator.
Jeff Van Arsdal, Benton County Sheriff.
Don Dale, Business Analyst for the Sheriff's Office.
Don Rogers, Undersheriff.
Thank you. Rick.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome back. We had a good lunch. Welcome to session 2 for today. Hopefully, you should all, just to make sure you have your packets in front of you, that is marked to start off with the Sheriff's Office. So our plan here this afternoon, all the way till 6 o'clock, is to go through 5 different departments. And we're starting with the main event today. We have the sheriff here with us, and certainly, this is by far one of our larger budgets. It's certainly a big general fund investment, important investment to make. So we certainly have a lot to cover. I think we have dedicated probably about an hour and a half associated with this, but we'll try to be efficient with the use of time and stay on track. So with that, we'll go ahead and get the presentation teed up. And I'm going to spend, again, a few minutes here just kind of highlighting the budget, doing a budget summary, and then really, again, turn it over to the Sheriff's Office. He and Don Dale both obviously will spend the majority of the time in terms of doing the overview, but certainly here to help support and weigh in as we go through this. So I'm going to start by identifying and recognizing an error. And you will notice that on the third bullet that says vacancy factor of 4.6, that is a 3.6. And you will also note that on the fifth bullet, where we go to average vacancy rate to 6.5, that should be 5.1%. So my apologies. Vacancy rate is a complicated thing when you start making adjustments to budgets. So you have to go back and calculate, recalculate, and I missed it. So that's on me. Apologies. So we'll start off with the current service level budget. Again, $57.3 million. This is, again, by far the largest general fund investment we have. This is about a 20.4% increase from 23-25. Again, as a reminder, this is very similar to other budgets. Some of the major cost drivers, number one, would be the personal services component, which you can see is at 20.6% growth, current service level. Again, I don't have to repeat myself in terms of the salary adjustments that have been made, along with just the normal growth. The other point, I think, we've tried to pull out here a little bit. You see large number increases in around capital outlay. And I think it's pretty self-explanatory that the Sheriff's Office was fortunate enough to get a federal grant through congressional delegating spending for a new communication system. So that was part of a one-time, or it is a one-time grant that is getting rolled over into the next year. So that's what reflects the larger increase in capital outlay. Again, vacancy factor, we talk a lot about that this morning. The Sheriff's Office is averaging its current service level 3.6, which is approximately close to exactly what they did in 23-25. You will see here as part of their proposal that we're looking at an increase, and I know the Sheriff will talk more about that. But again, because this is the largest general fund budget, there is a variety of things we had to look at in relation to a proposed budget adjustment. In total, we're looking at a 4.3% decrease from the current service level. Again, that is accomplished through the 2-year freeze on our management salaries, or increases, I should say, as well as reductions in the retirement benefits. We also are looking at some reduced department materials and services. And again, I'm going to let the sheriff and Don talk more about this, but the closure of Norcor and Lynn County jail beds and moving those to Clatsop County. That is a transition that is being recommended. It's a cost savings in a shift, but again, I will defer more to them. There's also in part of the budget proposal, the discontinuation of the medications for opioid use disorder program. This is a state program and the state resources are no longer. So again, back to what we talked about in terms of looking at current service level, we need to be mindful of is the revenue to continue to support it as opposed to the Benton County budget absorbing that. And then of course, lastly, is the internal service department savings. So again, cuts made by internal service departments and savings to the sheriff's office for that. I'd already mentioned, but again, the idea would be to increase the vacancy rate from 3.6 to 5.1. Again, there's always options in those in terms of what you do is that's one option and you have to then manage that, or the other option would be to cut staff. And again, I know the sheriff office has looked very closely and that is not where any of us want to get to. And so this would be an effort that the sheriff's office would implement to try and mitigate the budgetary issues. So in total, after the adjustments, we would see a proposed increase of 15.3 from the current budget. So that's down a little bit from the 20.4 that was in the current service level. So categorical expenditures, again, our pie charts are getting a little bit more populated with the sheriff's office. He has all kinds of categories here. Again, 68% of his cost though is staff. That's the big portion of this. So again, when you're making budget adjustments, you're making reductions, that is the largest cost in the area that you have to look at. As part of the current service level, the total positions for the sheriff office are 89 at this point. In this budget adjustment, there is a proposal of a 1 FTE reduction that will happen in the second year of the biennium. So it's a little weird in terms of how we calculate that, but that's in relation to a grant that will be phasing out that was supporting that position. Again, they will talk more about that. So ultimately, we're looking at a proposed budget of 88 FTE. I already mentioned the categorical shift around capital outlay. The reason that is a larger portion than what we have seen in the past is, again, because of the COPS grant for technology and equipment. And then pretty much contingency remains stable, primarily, which in terms of reducing the parole and probation expenditure. That's the only place that we typically see contingency because it's a revenue-based program, a dedicated revenue-based program. But unfortunately, there's not the dedicated to support the expenses on that. So no ability to create much of a contingency. Let's talk a little bit about revenues. Again, you will see that 95.2% of this is the local option levy general fund. As I said earlier, you'll hear me usually basically say general fund. Both of those are the general fund resources. So again, as you can see, the majority, less than 5%, is from other specific resources. One of those is our intergovernmental services fund, specific to the sheriff's office for replacement of vehicles and other technical equipment. So they have a need to making sure that they have adequate reserves in place to replace those different specialty equipments and vehicles when necessary. And then the last part is a small portion for trust and courthouse security funds. The last piece I will share before turning it over to the sheriff is really, this is your functional. I think the sheriff's office got a nice organization within the sheriff's office. It splits it between 5 areas of administration, patrol, jail operations, parole probations, and emergency services. As you can see, most in all cases, the increases, they bounce around a little bit, and it usually depends on sort of the economies of scale in terms of size. But generally, I would say the parole and probation might be the one that sticks out. And again, that's an element of not enough revenue to support the expenses. So they are actually been more looking at administrative and holding costs back to be able to stay within the budget. And again, that's been a real risk for this budget going forward. And I think it will garner more discussion as we go into 25, 27 to have, as we reshoot and look at the budget. So again, that's kind of a quick overview. We'll obviously dive down a little bit more as we get into specifics of the budget. So with that, I'm going to turn it to the sheriff.
I'll take that. Can you hear me okay? We good? Okay, before we get started, I want to thank the Budget Commission. I appreciate your time today, and I appreciate the commissioner's time today. This is a long day for all of you, and so I appreciate you. I also want to make sure that Dawn Dale knows how much I appreciate her and all her work and commitment as she's worked on all of this tirelessly. And so I do really appreciate you. And same with the undersheriff. The three of us have had to sit down and make some pretty challenging and tough decisions as it relates to my office, and it hasn't been fun. Lastly, I'm going to let the group behind me introduce themselves. If you'll remember last time we did this, they all presented individually. That's not what we're going to do, but they are here if you have subject matter expert questions at the end. They'll be, but I want to make sure that they get a chance to introduce themselves. And I would point out that the two sergeants in the middle are representing parole and probation. Captain Carly coaches baseball at Santiam Christian, and they are on their way to Burns to play baseball, and so he couldn't be here. And similarly, Lieutenant Iverson is representing the patrol division. I heard you speaking earlier. Captain Duffett, who runs patrol, is involved in a murder trial currently, and so he's tied up for a little bit longer. We haven't had much to do with him for about a month or so. So thank the guy behind me for that. So with that, death by PowerPoint, I apologize, but there's a lot of information on these and I want to make sure you get all the information. What you need to take away from this first slide is our values: duty, honor, courage. Every member of the office, regardless of whether they wear a uniform or not, lives by the duty, honor, courage. Our office does administration, civil process, patrol investigations, marine and animal law enforcement, jail operations, parole and probation services, courthouse security, emergency management services, special services, equipment replacement, DOJ equitable sharing, and we, of course, do adults in custody commissary. You'll hear me refer to adults in custody. You may be more familiar as a justice-involved individual or as an inmate. We call them adults in custody. The office is headed by myself. I am a nonpartisan elected official under the county charter. Oh, hey, there we go. See, you want to do it? You know, no, you got you. I got you. No, I'm all confused. We have 5 divisions, as Rick was stating: administration, patrol and investigation, parole, probation, corrections, and emergency services. And under emergency services, that's where search and rescue also falls. As we go through this, you'll see some of that. I currently have 89 full-time employees in the office. And when we go to the next slide, you'll see the organizational chart, and I can expand on that a little bit for you. Through the office, we have a peer support team and a crisis intervention team, along with a crisis chaplaincy. We have drone response, traffic crash, major crimes team, K9, a warrant team, animal control. We also partner with Lynn County to be part of a regional SWAT team. We have hostage negotiation. I have a concealed handgun license is issued through my office. School resource deputies. We participate in Shop with a Cop, Citizens Academy, Chili Cook-Off, and the drug take-back events. And then we have auxiliary teams, Emergency Management Volunteer Corps, which used to be the CERT team. Now it's Emergency Management Volunteer Corps. There it says that right there. Crisis Response Team, Reserve Deputy, Search and Rescue, and the Posse. Next slide. This gives you a little bit better overview of the office. What's not up here is, of course, our limited duty deputies that are in the jail, our case managers that work in parole and probation, our reserve deputies who work on patrol, Marine deputies who work on patrol or any special events. We have 1 forest deputy as well. We have 6 to 8 to 9. Actually, I think we've determined now we have 9 search and rescue groups. Most folks don't know that in Benton County, we have access to airplanes. We have an air SAR in Benton County. Then we have the Emergency Volunteer Corps, and then, of course, auxiliary members. So all told, we have roughly almost 300 members that are affiliated somehow with the sheriff's office one way or another. In the red, and you'll see red on every slide that we do, the red, you can't see it so well here just because it's covered up here, but it says that in 25-27, the position changes. It'd be 2 FTE or full-time employees and deputies jail and patrol positions frozen. And so that's part of the vacancy factor. And then one emergency management grant funded position, which will end towards the end of this fiscal year. But as Rick said, it'll impact us the next fiscal year. And then, of course, we have 3 openings in parole and probation currently. But that doesn't factor into this because the funding for that comes from the state. It's a different entity entirely. Next slide.
Okay, so this next slide, I know there's a lot on here. I'm constantly doing analysis to kind of keep us in budget and see what we have going. And so I'm going to kind of go over this. So at the very top, I look at us overall in our budget. And as Mr. Krager had said, our budget is 54 million. That's as our proposed, which is 15.3% higher than what we did in the prior biennium, with us making cuts of 2.4 million. Now, in the middle section, I wanted to highlight a little bit about our materials and services. There's a lot of things from other departments that flow in through our budget, and we don't really have any kind of control over that. Cost allocation is one of those. And so cost allocation was an increase of 8.6. And then I want to talk about IT replacement. That went up almost 24%. And then facilities. So the facilities, we were able to make some cuts. So we had emergency management over in the old BOC building, and we moved them back into our office to do some cost savings. And so that helped with some cost savings, but we also moved some of those folks into the PMP, parole and probation. And so we were able to kind of cut some cost in that department. And I'll talk about that as we get into that slide. The other thing I really want to point out is fleet. So our fleet maintenance went up 131%. That is, and we'll talk about that as we go on, that's really not sustainable for us. And having that huge of an increase, you'll see that went from 691,000 to over $1 million. So, and then the last thing I want to, in that middle section, is talk about what we have control over. So on our materials and services, I looked down to see what that percentage was, because I'm constantly looking through each of the budget lines as I'm putting the budget together. And where there is things that need to be reduced, I've reduced them. When there's things that need to be increased, I have. And under our control, it's 3.83%. So as we start talking about the vacancy rate and where we're trying to figure out where we're going to come up with those dollars, there's not a lot of room for me in the materials and services to make that difference. We are already being very mindful of the taxpayer dollars and where we're putting those different things. And so I just wanted to point that out, that there's some things in there that I don't have any control over, but the things we do have control over, we're very mindful of that and those taxpayer dollars. And then the last section talks about the general fund. So we use more general fund than any of the other departments. And so we're constantly watching that as we're doing the financials as the biennium goes on. And as we have proven through this last biennium, despite all the different additions and things that got changed, we still were able to manage that. And that is the work of the team that we have and the communication that we have within our department. And so, and then the last thing on here is the vacancy rate, and I'm going to go into that more, but in 23-25, it was a little over $1 million. And as you can see, it is now $2 million, our vacancy rate. And so that's a 78% increase. And when I get to that slide, I'll talk a little more about that.
So on this slide here, you'll see the budgeted adjustments for the law enforcement division or the sheriff's office. And the first one you'll see there's the increased vacancy rate factor from 3.6 to 5.1, which is the equivalent to 2 deputy B positions with a $578,000 and some change saving. And I guess my only request to this committee is that if there's any monies that we can get returned back to the sheriff's office, it would be in this area, simply because I am one of the, your sheriff's office is one of the rare offices in the Northwest where we have complete and full staffing in patrol and in the jail currently. And I do not want to lose any of my staff. And so if there's ever an opportunity to return any money or do anything, this is where I would really appreciate that help. The next one down, it says eliminate management COLA and ECI. That's an $829,000 savings. I don't need to go through all these. I just want to hit the bigger ones. The jail MOUD program is a $300,000 savings. I'll have jail Captain John Devaney speak a little bit later to that. Let's see here. We did a 10% reduction in travel and training. Just anything we thought we might be able to do that did not directly impact the current staffing levels. That's what we tried to do.
So I wanted to add to this slide too. I know most of the other slides just did what the reductions were. And then I put in there what the vacancy rate was, because for us, it's not a matter of looking at 2.4 to cut. It's actually 3.8. So when I'm putting the budget together and I'm trying to figure out how I'm going to make this work, I think it is more representative that really it's 3.8 million that we had to figure out where to cut. And I'll talk a little bit more about that later, but I wanted to add that in here because for us, it's not just the 2.4.
My turn. So the Sheriff's Administration Division, that's the division I directly supervise. So you can read there, that's what we do on the right-hand side: finance, budget, contracts, timekeeping, recruiting, accreditation, concealed handgun license, community outreach, and equipment replacement. The challenges and opportunities are what we're going to try to focus on today. And so the challenge is, again, that vacancy rate. With a division of 7 employees, we are fully staffed and we don't anticipate losing any employees of those 7. So coming up with a vacancy rate is going to be challenging. Potential loss of federal grant dollars to the office, and Don's going to speak more about that here in the next couple of slides. Potential increase in cost of equipment. That's another thing that we have no control over. If manufacturing costs go up, our cost of buying the equipment goes up, and we have no control over that. And we've seen that over the last year where cost of vehicles and cost of just any of our equipment has gone up much more than 3 to 5%. So next.
Okay, so now I'm going to talk a little more about the vacancy rate. And I like to put this in a way that makes more sense to folks. So in the 21-23, we didn't have vacancy rates. That didn't exist. So again, putting the vacancy rate into this last budget, into this budget, it has to be managed. And so in 23-25, we had the 1 million. Now it's at 2 million that we have to figure out. And I will tell you, I shared with Rick, I'm really nervous about that. We have no vacancies at this point. We were able to manage it in this last budget, but we had more vacancies in this last budget than historically we've had in years past. And so, you know, I'm going to have to figure out where that's going to come from, and not necessarily going to be positions, even though we're putting it in a vacancy rate. Because as the sheriff has said, we don't want to let people go. So how we will manage this is when people retire. So we've looked at how, when people are kind of targeted for that. Unfortunately, that is more of them are in the second half of the biennium, not in the first half of the biennium. Or if we have somebody leave, then we will leave those positions open. So I looked at what our total personnel services is at 37 million. We looked at what our 98.13 FTEs, that's full-time and temporary, divided that out, coming up with the average wage and benefit per person is 383,241. Okay, so that is equivalent of 5.23 FTE. So that means from day one, if I'm going to fit that into a vacancy rate, I have to have folks that are not in that position from day one all the way through the year. So if I have where we have no vacancies going in July 1, I don't have anybody retiring on July 1, and say nothing happens over the first year, then we're looking in the second year of that being 10 people. That's a lot of staff for us not to have to do the services we have going on. So even though we have it under a vacancy factor, we're going to have to be very mindful and strategic in looking at other ways so that we don't get to a point where we have to let folks go. Now, I also realize that our budget, we can have a shooting happen, we can have a homicide, we could have wildfire. All those things add costs. As I go through the budget and I manage that through the biennium, I'm constantly having to shuffle things around because just in the nature of what we do, there's no way we can say this is what budget is going to happen. So I'm constantly trying to maneuver those things around, and having a vacancy rate of the 2 million is going to be a challenge. So just wanted to make you guys aware of what that challenge will be for us and what that looks like. So this next slide, I wanted to talk a little bit over this last year. I'm getting emails all the time about our federal grants and not knowing necessarily whether they're going to be there or not. These federal grants are in our budget. So if these go away, I'm going to have to, again, figure out how to manage that lost. And so I just want to give you guys an idea of what those grants are. Some are federal that then flow through state. And I mentioned those on there. The one I do want to bring to your attention is our Oregon Emergency Management Grant. That one does have an FTE. So the others, some of them are the ODOT for the speed and all of those. Those are overtime. And so we can pull those back. And that necessarily isn't something I would have to manage. But we do have the one that is emergency management, and that will affect us in that budget. I also want to make mention that we already have heard from the state, so that the Oregon State Marine Board grant has been reduced by $33,000. So I anticipate there could possibly be some other state grants that we have that I haven't mentioned on here that we could be losing, which also support some of our FTE and some of our programs that are really important. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention also.
So with that, we will get into the different divisions within the sheriff's office. We'll start with patrol and investigations and civil. On the right side of the slide, you'll see a lot of the things we do: patrol, civil, marine, street crimes, forest and animal, crash team, school resource deputy, warrant response team. Along with the warrant response team, we also participate in the Lynn Regional SWAT team, forensic examiner, medical crime, major crimes, K9. What's not on here, and I think it needs to be, is the DRE, drug recognition expert. We have instructors in the office that go all around the Northwest and train others how to recognize when drivers are under the influence of drugs and not just alcohol. The Sheriff's Office Patrol and Investigation Division provides professional patrol and criminal investigation functions, and the goal is to keep Benton County citizens and their property safe and to bring perpetrators of crime to justice. At their core, deputies are peace officers using their skills to resolve situations through education and mediation just as frequently as we cite an arrest. Since I became sheriff in 2021, it says conservators of the peace on the side of our cars. And that is our primary goal, is to be conservators of the peace. We want to keep the peace. That's our job. As the undersheriff mentioned, some of the challenges and opportunities, we want to maintain our 24/7 coverage. And so that's my motivation right now. And then, of course, the fleet maintenance is not sustainable at 131%. We're going to have to take a look at that. I think I'm getting away from the microphone. Increased cost and patrol vehicle replacement, as the undersheriff mentioned, just some things that we don't have any control over. And of course, we want to complete one of the radio towers getting repaired as well. And I guess I should go back. Is that still, can you go back one? The red box down below, the proposed budget includes the 773,000 plus current service level reduction from increased vacancy factors, materials and services, and eliminating some of the stuff that we've already talked about. Next slide. Now we have jail and court and inmate commissary. And of course, we're trying to eliminate the term inmate. So I will say adult in custody. So you'll see on the slide where it says inmate, I've already gone through it and made corrections on my own. But the Benton County Jail is the only jail in the county. So when somebody is arrested and brought into the facility, they're brought to our facility. Corrections deputies monitor and provide the safe and secure custody of pretrial and sentenced adults in custody. They complete booking, screen for medical, and/or behavioral health issues, the inventory and secure adult in custody property, monitor behavior, transport adult in custodies to other facilities, to the jail or to the court, whatever they might be doing, and determine release eligibility through a VPRA, complete release documents, and transport all medical and contract facilities. They're not just jail staff. They have to be trained professionals, whether they're transporting, whether they're figuring out, what somebody's VPRA score is, whether they're going to the Polk County Jail or the Norcor facility. They don't just sit around and you see in the old movies where they walk along with a tin cup and go along the side. The commissioners have all had the opportunity to tour the facility, and they work hard, and they do an amazing job in a facility that is old and outdated. The proposed budget for the jail is 16.8 million, and that will cover 28 full-time employees. Oh, okay. While we're talking about the jail, I need to cover some things. I apologize. We want to continue again to maintain our 24/7 coverage. We're going to have a 50% revenue loss through the natural area and park folks, the NAPE folks. So the way that work crew worked, NAPE paid for half, and essentially the roads roads paid for half. And then we also had some money kicked in there. We were able to negotiate a contract with Republic Services. Republic Services has picked up a couple of extra days, but right now we don't have any support from NAPE because of their funding streams, as well as we don't have a contract currently with the roads department. I don't know if you would like to touch on that some more, if you're.
Sure. So we took the road crew or the work crew over in 21-23. It used to be managed by Parks, and to the point when Parks had it, 50% was covered from Parks and 50% of it was covered from roads. So when we took it over, roads didn't want to commit to 50%, but Parks still did. So we had 50% paid by them. We had where roads would do like 2 to 5 days, but there's no contract, no guarantee. So it was sort of as they needed it. We then, this last biennium, picked up Republic Services. They started out at 2 days a month, and we just recently got them to take on 4 days a month. But what's happened is with this budget, at the Mr. Krager direction, we went ahead because that's a self-balancing, so we put it in there. But technically, I only have Republic Services since Parks can no longer fund that 50%. So that program as it sits right now is not sustainable. It never was intended to use general fund. It was supposed to sustain itself. And with this huge change of the 50%, there just is nobody else that's going to take on that. And so if you guys are not going to fund that through Parks or fund that, that program will have to go away.
And it is one of our few alternatives to incarceration for parole and probation sanctions. So the only alternative is to put people in jail, which is not the goal.
Continuing down the list, we have an inability to sustain the jail-based opioid disorder program after the grant ends later this year. And again, I'll have Captain Devaney come up here and speak to that briefly. Increased cost for our court security because we're going to have to add a third armed staff member to the new courthouse that we weren't prepared for. Let's see here. We have, of course, the inadequate jail, and it's a high cost of repair every time something breaks. It's a lot of work to get it fixed. As the three of you know from your tour, it's a lot. It's a lot to try and maintain. And then the change in location of the jail bed rentals. So historically, I shouldn't say historically, but at least for the last 5 years, we've been renting from Polk County, Norcor, and Lynn County. We will continue to rent the 10 beds from Polk County, but the Norcor contract is now no longer going to be in place come July 1, and we'll be going to Clatsop County Jail. Sheriff Phillips and his jail commander have said that they will only charge us for the beds, the people that we have in beds there. So with Norcor, this last biennium, we paid for 20 beds every day, regardless of whether we had 20 people in them or not, and we did not. Captain Devaney kept pretty good numbers so that we had an idea of what kind of savings we'd be looking at if we did switch to Clatsop County. And so there's going to be a significant savings. Secondly, I won't have staff driving to the Dalles any longer. They'll drive to the hub in Marion County and Salem, make that transport to Clatsop County, who goes to the hub as well. So that'll save us a significant amount of drive time, a lot of cost as it relates to deputies not in the building and the facility, as well as vehicle maintenance as well. And then the initiation of 1115 Medicaid waiver, we recently learned that that's going to be pushed back a little bit, but we're very optimistic that it will still be in this biennium. Parole and probation. They enhance public safety and protect the community by reforming justice-involved individuals and reducing criminal behavior by evaluating risk, developing targeted case plans, and swiftly applying appropriate referrals, interventions, and sanctions to address an individual's behavior. Funding for our parole and probation division, as also known as community corrections, comes from the state. And every 2 years, the state determines what that allocation is. We don't have any say in that. It's based on population, time usage. It's based on an awful lot of stuff that the two sergeants back here would be more than happy to discuss if you have a question about that. But what you need to know is that our population is down. Our adult population on parole or probation is down. And so as such, when they did their study, the number was, I think, 1.14, as opposed to being a little bit higher in previous bienniums. And as a result, we're going to be receiving less funding. Similarly, we've also, and maybe this is where you would like to chime in, just about the carryover.
Yeah, I can go to the next slide.
We can go to the next slide if you like. Yeah, let's just go to the next slide because Don Dale can talk about this much more articulate and eloquently.
So parole and probation, I think it's been 2 bienniums where I started the conversation, letting folks know that it wasn't sustainable, that our CCA dollars, grant dollars we get from the state are actually continuing to be reduced. And so at some point we were going to get to where we are this biennium, where I do not have a self-balancing cost center for parole and probation. So, we did a couple of things. So we ended up, we froze one of the positions in the current biennium. We did not fill those. We had a vacancy that happened for retirement. And so we kept that open for the last 6 months and having those cost savings. So we're going into this next biennium with freezing 3 of those positions. Those positions are not in the budget. This is the only cost center that we aren't doing the vacancy rate. But we are kind of backing out of personnel services under the projected salaries in order to make this balance. We also will be removing 2 of the vehicles and some of the costs that goes with that. And then we also, I think I said earlier, we moved some of emergency management into some of those offices to have some cost savings. Even with that, though, we are still not balanced. So this will be something that we will also have to manage. We're not asking for general fund dollars from that. We're trying to rely on state dollars, which are administrative. But first, I want to talk a little bit about the eroding beginning balance and kind of how we got here. And so where we really, if you look at the top part there, I kind of put with those community correction allocation dollars, the CCA dollars, you can kind of look over the last couple of bienniums how that amount has reduced. Then if you look at the middle section, the other thing to look at is what current revenues, which are those state dollars, and there are some grant dollars that come in there versus revenues. It's not sustainable. We're using more beginning balance in order to pay for those expenditures because not enough revenues were coming in. And so where we first saw this really huge reduction was in 21-23, where the revenue dropped by $777,000. If you remember correctly, at that time is when we lost the ability to be able to charge supervision fees. Also during that biennium, we had the Justice Reinvestment Grant. When we first did the pretrial program, we had that housed in the Parole and Probation Cost Center and Division. We moved that out to the jail. And so that removed that amount. And then just looking at those CCA dollars and how those reduced, not only the current service level budget from the State Department of Corrections, but then also the percentage reduced because of the amount that we were serving in that division. So then on the right side, you can kind of see how that affected that beginning balance. And we're at a point where we had some beginning balance going into this biennium, but I can guarantee you there will be no beginning balance in the next biennium. So we're at that point where some tough decisions are going to have to be made. On the next slide, I want to talk about, so the community correction dollars, we really don't know what that amount is until the fall. So they have us go in when I'm building the budget in December, and basically they say kind of use the dollars that you got before. And so in December, when we were building the budget, we were told that it was going to be based on 312 million. Then in March, we received notice that that now is 300 million. And then in April, we were told it could go as far as 279 million. And so then we also had a reduction because of those that we serve and that number getting lower. So our percentage allocation went from 1.22% to 1.14%, which when you see those numbers reducing, our revenues, which are already stretched in, are already becoming less and less. And so right now I'm looking at, so when I put in the budget, I based it on the 312 and at 1.14, which is 3.5 million. Then with April's forecast at 279 million at 1.14, we're now down to 3 million. And so the budget that we have built on here, if I put in that worst case scenario, I've got another $450,000 that I have to come up with. That those will be revenues not coming in. So we'll have to be really looking at this. And as people are retiring and people are leaving, we will not be able to fill those positions because it's just not sustainable.
Ooh. All right. So now we're going to come back to emergency services. And this, maybe it's a good follow-up because it's a bit of a brighter spot here. With most emergency services, we're going to be, of course, we're getting a new operations center built out on the new campus. And so we're pretty excited about that, which will provide us the opportunity to expand, like I had mentioned, who we can utilize. Currently, it's in the basement of the LEC. So if you're mobility challenged, it's harder to get there where it's going to be. Now we'll be able to have access to a whole new group of volunteers. So it's kind of an exciting time for us. It's got two major areas of responsibility: plan and direct emergency procedures that help protect citizens from natural and human-caused disasters, and to search for and provide aid to people who are missing, lost, injured, or in imminent danger. And like I said earlier, I sat down with Kevin Higgins and the search and rescue manager, and we determined we have 9 teams now through search and rescue, and it's about 150 people. From airplanes to canines to a critical incident team, you name it, we have access to it, and we have resources we can get rolling right now. I like to talk about our Corvallis Mountain Rescue Unit through search and rescue just because they're a pretty sought after team, and they go all over the Northwest when requested to help. So that's pretty exciting. The downside, of course, is through emergency management. The hazard mitigation recovery coordinator, Hannah Schaefer, her position is funded by a grant, and her grant will end next May. And so we're still trying to figure out how we can find additional monies to keep her on board. That's it. And then now we get into our 2040 Thriving Community Goals. And we can kind of go through these pretty quickly, I think. The sheriff's office, I want to have a capacity to respond to 20,000 calls for service. Our goal last year or last biennium was 18,000 calls per service. I think we did 21,000, but we aren't certain what the future holds as far as staffing goes. And so I want to make sure that we have enough staffing to respond to 20,000 calls for service. We currently have 27 deputies, 7 sergeants, 2 lieutenants, and a captain in the patrol division. And so they work full time, and they have 3 shifts, and there's 24/7, 365 coverage. And I don't ever want to get away from that. I worked for the Corvallis Police Department when we didn't have 24/7 in the sheriff's office, and that was not a safe alternative. I'm just going to tell you right now, it was not good.
Goal number 2 is for Thriving Communities Initiative. The Sheriff's Office will provide 1 search and rescue training academy in 2026, 2027, with at least 16 students each to stand ready to respond to at least 10 in-county rescue missions each year. This goal assists with community resiliency, lifelong learning, and education by teaching communication, wilderness navigation, crime scene searches, first aid, rescue techniques, lost subject behavior, and tracking. The goal also uses good budget restraint by utilizing volunteers, resources to conduct search and rescue missions. We love our volunteers. Without them, we wouldn't have 9 teams.
Well, and I will add as well, especially for search and rescue at the academy, they do an overnighter. And the undersheriff and I have an opportunity to go out and do some very early morning cooking. And I burned the heck out of my finger a couple of years ago. And I didn't want to say nothing to anybody. And of course, I find Kevin, and Kevin's like, let's get some ointment on that. And I get some ointment on it. And then the next year, one of the office's kids who had seen me burn myself brought me oven mitts and some tongs, and so he had some fun with me at that one. So, but we do look forward to the search and rescue. That's a lot of fun.
Goal number 3, Thriving Communities Initiative, reduce miles driven, fuel use, and emissions by 78% for adults in custody transports across the entire biennium of 25-27. This goes back to the change in our jail bed rentals. Just by changing from Norcor to Clatsop, we no longer have to drive to Norcor, and all the transports will go to Salem. Significant reduction in fuel usage, staff time, vehicle replacement. We're really looking forward to that, and I know the transport deputies are looking forward to that as well.
Goal number 4, the office will host at minimum 1 deputy sheriff citizens academy in 25 and in 26 with at least 20 students in attendance. I can tell you that I like this, but I think the undersheriff enjoys this even more than I do. It's a great time. It's a great opportunity, and I would encourage anybody who hasn't had an opportunity to go through the Sheriff's Citizens Academy to do so. We currently have a dedicated budget line of $7,800. And then we also utilize our accreditation person and some auxiliary members, specifically Sarah Jane. It's a great time, and I would encourage you to get out there and participate in it if you can. Next would be by the end of 2026, the Benton County Jail will aim to create electronic health records for 100% individuals in custody, ensuring continuity of care from the county community health department and other providers upon release. Currently, everything is done on paper, and it's archaic and it's old. And we now partner with the county health department. So there's no reason why we can't release somebody from custody, have their information electronically. And if they want to go to the crisis center, they need to go to the health department, whatever it might be, that information's right there. Currently it's in paper form, and it really doesn't exist outside of our facility. It's pretty hard to get. So that's one of those goals. And again, I'll have Captain Devaney maybe touch on that a little bit as well. But it does involve a great deal of collaboration with the Oregon Health Authority and the Benton County Health Department. Policy pack, I swear we're almost done. There's only a couple more slides. Policy package requests. We don't have any this year, this biennium. In addition to the law enforcement current service levels, there was 1 request for an additional package for $120,000. I'm sorry, yeah, $120,000. But based on some discussion, we've decided to submit a grant for some state funding. And so I will touch on that on the next one here, and then I'll probably turn it over to Captain Devaney. But it was for the electronic health records. And so we're going to try and do that through a grant as opposed to doing it through general fund. But similarly, and why I would like to touch on some stuff here with Captain Devaney is the Oregon Health Authority and the well, I'll stop. Go ahead, John. You want to come on up here, Captain?
Yes. Just a couple weeks ago, we were here in front of the board.
Sorry, Captain, we do have a member online, so we'll need the mic. Sorry.
A couple weeks ago, or 3 weeks ago on the 6th, we were here to discuss the 1115 Medicaid waiver. Following week, we went to the Oregon State Sheriff's Association, where we had a group from OHA come down and let us know that we had set everything up for a January 1, 2026 start date. And they said it's going to be closer to 2027 before they're going to be ready to go forward. They do have capacity building funds that have already been stipulated for us. That was what was presented at that Board of Commissioners meeting. I think it was about close to $900,000. The only problem is they can't tell us whether or not with the extension of the timeline to get that started, if they will be extending how long we can use that money for, or if it does run out as of a specific time frame. So we may still have to go forward with getting things like electronic health records. The only problem is again, now they're pushing that down the road, so it's not going to cover those costs for that first year of running it that we were hoping to be able to use. The electronic health records is a huge thing for us. If this does come to fruition, there's no other way for us to be able to bill for items unless we have the electronic health records. We just won't be able to track it in the current paper system that we have. The other thing is one program that we're having to get rid of is the jail MOUD, if we don't get that grant again. To qualify for the 1115 Medicaid waiver, we have to have a jail MOUD program. We just found out too at the Oregon State Sheriff's Association meeting that that's also probably going to become a jail standard in the state of Oregon, that everybody's going to have a medication for opioid use disorder program inside their jail to pass your accreditation. It's going to be a level 1 standard that has to be done to be able to get accredited through the OSSA. So again, not great news that we got while we were up there at OSSA. I've talked with Director Molell since we've been back. She's aware of the changes. OHA has said they're going to keep us up to date, but there's literally no timeline at this point. They're saying at least a year just to get an interface built to get some of the information passed from one state agency to another. And so we're sort of in a holding pattern for that, but the health records will allow for us to do that more continuity of care that we talked about. Even if we, aren't able to keep some of the programs that we were looking to have under this new 1115 Medicaid waiver, it still allows for when somebody gets out of custody for the community health centers to be able to see what they were treated for in jail, and should save them time, operating costs to be able to continue that care when they get out as compared to having to start from scratch.
So that concludes our presentation. And so if you have questions, we are all waiting to answer.
All right. I have 3 questions. I'll start with the decision to move away from Norcor. Sounds like this is a good cost-saving measure. Was it initiated by us, or is this Norcor said that they weren't taking us anymore, or a combination? How did we come to that decision?
So because we had 20 contracted beds, and I don't know if you recall, but the previous amendment was 22, and I had bumped it back to 20. They were charging us for 20 beds, regardless if we had 20 people in the beds. So Captain Devaney and I sat down, and he started taking a look, and he kept a daily count of how many folks we had at Norcor. And we pretty quickly recognized that we were spending a lot of money that we didn't need to. At that time, Commander Teague with the Clatsop County Jail, he was like, well, maybe we'll take you at our facility, kind of half jokingly. And then Sheriff Phillips and I are friends. We went on a golf trip together, and we agreed that maybe we could put something together, and we did. We've had a great relationship with Norcor, and Joyce Orndorff runs Norcor. She's great. But financially, it makes a lot more sense for us to go to Clatsop.
Okay, yeah, and that's what it sounds like, especially, when we visited the jail, one of the things you talked about was having deputies have to transfer folks, and going to Salem is a lot closer. Marine Board. So this is something that came up at County College a couple weeks ago, is the Marine Board had just made its decision. So county commissioners across the state were trying to figure out what that meant. You said that the Marine Board made a decision to cut back its grants, which will cost us about $33,000. Can you speak to what is not going to happen because we're going to be 33,000 down? Are we backfilling that, or is that just cut services?
So typically what we'll do with our Marine deputies is we'll hire some summer help. We've got one reserve that we've hired on as a Marine deputy for the summer. We didn't hire another one. And then the lieutenant who oversees that program, Lieutenant Toby Bodorf, Toby's going to do some adjust his schedule a little bit and find some time for him to be on the water more. And then we can also do shore patrols. We can not have as many folks. So the boats aren't always going to be in the water, but on the busy times, we want boats in the water. And Director Warren, Larry Warren with the Marine Board, he agrees with that. They didn't like the decision either. And they looked at eliminating funding for the lowest 21 counties and then giving the Marine Board money to the larger counties. And we're one of the lower counties. And so I'm glad they didn't go that route. But Toby's figuring it out. Lieutenant Bodor's figuring it out, and we'll be all right.
So it sounds like we'll be able to have a reduced service level, but we'll be able to manage it. Is that
Correct.
Okay.
And we've got several full-time folks that we've had go to the State Marine Academy, so they know how to operate the boat, as well as some reserves who have been to the academy. So we've got plenty to draw from if we find ourselves in a boating emergency. We're able to find staff that can operate the boats pretty quickly.
My last question is about fleet maintenance. You use the internal public works fleet maintenance, or is this a different fleet maintenance?
We are internal.
Okay, thank you.
Questions? Commissioner Wise?
So since we brought up the fleet maintenance, can we please talk about that? Can we hear about why that went up so much?
Commissioner Wise, I might suggest we have Public Works that is coming up and we will have the fleet budget. And I think if probably makes more sense to maybe have the experts here and they can talk a little bit more specifically about that. If that's fair.
Sure. Yeah, if that's the appropriate time. Thank you. And then just to acknowledge that earlier I asked the question about the wanting to get more information about deflection and the work crew. Sounds like we already answered the question about deflection. And then, so can we talk about work crew a little bit more? Are you still doing some? Will it just go away altogether? What does it look like?
Well, of course, the goal is for it to not go away at all, simply because it is one of the few out of custody things we can do for our adults in custody who have made parole probation, but still have to have some time or money or whatever it might be. So we don't want it to go away. So we are continuing to try and figure out different ways to fund it. We've like Don mentioned, we've got 4 days now a month with Republic Services. And it's not done yet, but we've got lots of different things we've taken a look at as far as how we can staff it, how we can make it work, things like that. But it is an important program to the sheriff's office, and it should be an important program to the community as well.
Thank you. And then when it comes to the Clatsop County jail beds, is there a maximum number that we can rent from them at any time?
No.
Okay, good to know.
Right.
There's also not a minimum.
There's no minimum and there's no maximum. This is whoever we want to send. They said they'll take. Okay.
I do want to make a comment, though, that we did budget that for an average of 12 beds. So even though it's unlimited, there isn't unlimited funds.
Got it. Thank you. Average of 12 a month. Okay.
Don't need her in my office chastising me. So there you go. What she said.
Commissioner Malone?
Yeah, on the parole and probation, I can't imagine that Benton County is unique in this situation of kind of long-term trend of the reimbursement rate going down. Is there any help on the horizon from the current legislature?
I wish I could say yes, but as far as I'm aware of, there is nothing. And I should say, we were like Captain Devaney mentioned, we had our Oregon State Sheriff's Association Spring Conference a couple weeks ago, and there was no mention of it. And then at the same time, OACCD, Oregon Association of Community Corrections Directors met. And again, there was no feedback that returned from that meeting as well, where there was anything that was going to remedy some of those problems.
Okay. Maybe in the future, but back to the work crew, I think that's a great program. And there's currently staff, a leader to do this work.
Correct.
Okay. So it's a funding question. You mentioned that this is one of the few alternatives to jail or having people locked up. Is there any, so there's a cost to doing the program. Is there any savings from not having those folks locked up?
Well, if they're not in the facility, then they're actually out and they're participating in the community. And I think that's the biggest success story you can have right there. I've got the two sergeants behind me. Maybe do you have anything to add to that?
We just use our work crew program as, by the way, I'm Sergeant Abraham Griswold.
Okay.
We use the work crew as an alternative to incarceration, and so does the court quite frequently. It's really common for the judges to sentence folks for a period of work crew as an alternative to incarceration, just being mindful of our limited jail space. And so because of that, it's a very valuable resource. Oftentimes when people are sentenced or they're given sanctions, we specifically add on there, this is an alternative to incarceration for day-to-day credit as an alternative to being locked up. So, Joel?
Can add a few numbers. I'm Joel Pickard. I'm a sergeant in the Parole and Probation Division. In April of 2025 alone, we completed 131 shifts and had 12 successful completions of work crew and 10 unsuccessful completions of work crew. So it's a significant amount of time that folks are putting into doing work crew and completing it. And that's a benefit to our division and to the community as well.
The one very last thing I would add is that our jail coordinates the supervised work of the work crew. They're actually out there with the folks, but we have a staff member that handles all the referrals and it keeps the court appraised of progress on work crew in our division.
And also, Commissioner, it's a matter of capacity. So as we all know, our jail is very small. So if the alternative is incarceration, then that means that there's no room for new bookings.
As someone who works outside on a regular basis, I think that's a great program, potential for learning skills and being able to say, look at what I did today. And I would hope that we figure out how to maintain this program.
I just wanted to share a comment if I could. Ryan Johnson, District Attorney. Our judges look at work crew as a pretty important option for sentencing. There, of course, there's a variety of things that the courts can't impose, but there's just from a sanction standpoint, there's community service, which has a work crew-ish component of it. There's a lot more flexibility and it's seen as, I think, kind of less of a sanction. And then up from that is work crew. It's more time intensive and more supervised and less get to pick what you want to do that sounds fun as a sanction, right? And then the next step up from that is jail. So it's a very important tool. And I think the court's toolboxes, and I think we'd have pretty disappointed circuit court judges if it's not available as an option. Thanks.
Great. I appreciate the round robin of getting different
As do I.
viewpoints of why this is a worthwhile program. And I think this is last, but back to the switching from Norcor to Clatsop. Is it accurate that both those facilities have kind of structural room in them? I know Norcor a while back, I mean, they built it in the 90s and thought this was going to be a moneymaker kind of facility. And I think probably since it was open, have had room. I didn't know about Clatsop County being in the same situation, but just trying to think of the future. Is it going forward if we have to deal with our very small jail that going forward we might have to at least two options for our folks that we don't have room for.
Yeah, no, I think Clatsop County is always going to be a viable option. They took over an OYA campus that had closed. And so they have a pretty large facility and their population is half of ours. And I know Sheriff Phillips with Clatsop County recently went out and was able to get some funding for the facility. And so he's got the staffing and he's got the facility, and they just have room for folks. As it relates to Norcor, like I was saying, Joyce runs a good ship. She's a good jail commander, and she's been able to replace what we're going to be leaving with federal monies for adults in custody, as well as Columbia County, their facilities in the process of getting lean as far as staff. And so they're going to start using her facility as well. So both places will be okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Percents and sanction. Correct.
Yeah, I just want to say that I think it would be good for commissioners to get a sense of the Clatsop County Jail at some point, preferably on a guided tour, as opposed to.
You let me
other
know when
options.
you want to go to Astoria, and I'll drive.
Okay.
Shotgun.
Because I just think that's would be a good sense of where we're sending people, get a chance to see their facility versus what we have here.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Thanks.
You let me know what some dates are, and we'll make it happen.
Okay.
Commissioner Shepard, earlier we heard that the BOC's travel budget had been cut.
Yep.
Anything else? No? That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
That's right.
See if you can see a break.
Oh, no.
We're gonna break.
Are you? We're going to take a brief break. Okay. We're back, right? Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we're doing well. Just a quick update. You're about 15 minutes ahead of schedule, so things are moving along pretty nicely. We are going to be referring to you starting on page 28 of your packet. We have the district attorney here with us and providing an overview of the district attorney's office and the proposed budget. So I'll jump in just to kick us off here. We are looking at a current service level budget with the district attorney's office of $12.3 million. This is approximately 29% above the 2023-25 adopted budget. And again, I'll point out, as I have with all cases, this is primarily driven for the personal services cost with salaries, PERS, health insurance, et cetera. There is an increase in the contingency and I always like to say with local government budgeting, that's something I've always had to adapt to, is that everything gets budgeted. So that doesn't mean you have any balance. That means if there's extra money, it's a contingency. So something a little hard to get used to at times, but you have to factor that it is growing. So you see that 163.9%. A lot of that is, and if Ryan likes, he can certainly talk to this, but we do have dollars for our WCJC administration. And there was some vacancies in that there was lack of cost and that money accumulates. So that's a good thing going forward. But that is the reasons around some of that. Vacancy factor, again, so I think it's important to point the vacancy factor component out here. We start off with a 9.2%, and that is traditionally high than what we see. Now, 2 years ago, when we were measuring trends and looking at the kind of the history, is that we had seen about 16% vacancy rate with the DA's office. Now, again, that they're hard positions to hire, and Ryan can talk more specifically about that. But we did purposely last time not go that high. We wanted to keep something a little bit reasonable. So this 9.2 reflects approximately where we were at 23-25. And again, Ryan's got a very good strategy ahead to get positions hired. But we're staying with kind of what the trends have been or what we had last time. Now, as part of the proposed budget adjustments, though, we are looking at a proposal of a 9.3% decrease. There is included a 1 FTE reduction to be able to balance the budget need. Ryan has also chosen to go with a more extended vacancy factor from 9.2 to 14%, which again would suggest, again, 14% is it's one of the higher ones that we see. And, but it has fallen in line with what we have seen going forward. But again, it was one of those discussions we were trying to figure out, again, that balance of, do you eliminate staff? Do you look at vacancy opportunities to manage through that? Again, it's not easy for any of the folks, as you just heard from the sheriff's office, and I'm sure it's not easy for the district attorney. But overall, after those adjustments, we're looking at a proposed budget increase of 17.1. So you can look at the top. Through our budget adjustments, we took a 29% increase down to a 17.1 increase with this particular budget. So in terms of categorical expenses, again, the biggest portion of the district attorney's office budget is personal services. Obviously, their attorneys, their paralegals, all the very important people that do the great work every day. That is an important element to this. The positions, as I've already mentioned, they are at 30 FTE current service level. That's what was approved, and the proposed budget would take that to 29. Overall, materials and services is forecasted to grow a little bit by standard inflation. In addition, there was the current service level includes the Axon Justice Premier system that was built in to our current service level. This is obviously a growth that has been able to be mitigated through some of the internal direction of the DA in terms of being able to put that in place, the current biennium. So that is one of the factors that contributes to a slightly higher materials and services that we see above and beyond inflation. And then, of course, it's offset by some internal service department reductions. I already talked about the WCJC revenues and why you're seeing increase in contingency with the outpacing of revenues against expenditures. That money is accumulated and it becomes a contingency. And then finally, capital outlay reduction is to expenditures, just mainly from just reforecasting and looking at trends and working with Ryan and staff to be able to get that appropriate. In terms of the revenues, our pie charts are getting a little bit more fancy as we get into these bigger departments in terms of revenue source breakdown. But again, the general fund is a big portion, of course, local option levy. So in total, you put those two together, you're looking at 97.4% of this budget is a general fund resourced. So again, a pretty small portion of dollars, which is 2.6 of trust fund dollars that we get related to the Willamette Criminal Justice Council and the Victim Impact Panel. These are outside resources that are paid to support those particular effort. Again, it's a relatively small portion. 2 years ago, we did have the Animal Defense Fund, which has since liquidated in terms of the resources. Brian can add more about that if necessary, but that is not part of this budget going forward. It was recognized in the last budget as phasing out. And then lastly is just again a picture of District Attorney Jocelyn's functional areas. You can see there's we break this out pretty detailed. We have the criminal prosecution, victim assistance, criminal media division, medical examiners, child abuse investigation. So it's a relatively specific functional structure. He'll talk about each and every one of these. But again, I don't, there's in terms of numbers, some of these are relatively small numbers when you get into victim impact panel. So you see like 114, 137%. You say, wow, that's a huge amount, but it's relatively small numbers that we're seeing. Most everything else is relatively standard to what we've seen. And you can once again see the impacts of the reductions in each of those areas where we were at 29% and we were able to bring that down to 17.1, but you can see in each of the functional areas where those impacts were in terms of the reductions. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to DA Jocelyn to really come more in depth into the budget.
Thank you, Rick. Let me know if I'm too close or not close enough to this mic. It's hard to gauge sometimes. Initially, I wanted to thank the commissioners for their work in reacting to this. I think the challenge we're all dealing with, which is these decreased funding streams, and in particular, Rick and Rachel and the work they've done to kind of to pull things together with the shortened time frame that we have, and just want to thank them for the work they've done, and with our office in particular, and thank you to the Budget Committee. I'm new enough that I don't quite know who's who yet, but I know we've added one person pretty recently, so thank you in particular to that stepping up to fill that position. Maybe I'll just go ahead and answer that question that Rick raised about the Animal Legal Defense Fund, just so you're aware of what's going on there. We collectively, the district attorneys throughout the state of Oregon utilized a position that needed to be housed somewhere, and John Harrelson, my predecessor, DA, had agreed to house Jake Kamens, the animal prosecutor that was in essence lent out statewide to handle special use cases throughout the state for the 36 counties. And so he was technically one of our employees, but the funding came from private donations. But that position has since moved and been absorbed by the Department of Justice. So we're no longer in that position, but it still continues as a resource to our office as well as the other 35 counties. So just initially, I'll read what's here. The mission of the District Attorney's Office is by fairly, effectively, and efficiently enforcing the law, will protect the public from crime, safeguard children from abuse and neglect, assist and advise crime victims, and foster respect for the rule of law. That's kind of in a nutshell what we do. I think perhaps people think of different things when they think of the District Attorney's Office. We might initially go to, that's the office that prosecutes people who commit crimes, which obviously is a large part of what we do, but that's not all that we do. The charge of the Benton County District Attorney's Office is the pursuit of justice through the truth. In addition to managing the prosecution of state crimes, the District Attorney's Office has many other statutory required duties. This is something that increases every year. The legislature is adding to what constitutes a crime, and appropriately so in many instances. Before I came over this afternoon, we have a very physically small law library now, which consists of one bookshelf, because everything's pretty much online now. But what we've done is we've retained our hard copy criminal codes, which is the set of statutes that relate directly or indirectly to the prosecution of crimes in the state of Oregon. 1980, still, I guess I've been in junior high at that point, it's about 1 inch thick. In 2024, it's 3+ inches thick. So, I guess you might say that people continue to come up with new and creative ways to offend each other and cause problems. A little bit humorous statement, but the reality is technology changes. We've got, I know one statute that was being proposed was, in essence, criminalizing revenge porn. Something before we even had the internet, though, you wouldn't. That just wasn't a thing, right? But there's invasion of privacy that has to do with accessing spaces and spying on people using technology and so forth. So the law continues to be added to. So the legislature comes up with new crimes. The Court of Appeals and the Supreme Court comes up with new case law that adds responsibilities and requirements to the district attorney's workload in certain ways. Grand jury proceedings, which used to be completely confidential, are now required to be reported and discovered or shared out with defense attorneys, and there's certain requirements that go along with that. The victims' rights in Oregon is now constitutional and statutory, and there's a number of obligations that weren't there for the benefit of the criminal justice system, but weren't there before. So the workload continues to increase annually. There's going to be some new obligation that's imposed on various district attorneys throughout the state. Some of those, a lot of those turn out to be unfunded mandates, but we just got to adjust and absorb those and go forward. Then there's also things that are kind of driven by best practices or community norms and expectations, such as the body-worn cameras. Those weren't, and that's partly technology, right? But that wasn't a thing that used to be the case. But in the last 5 years or so, most law enforcement agencies have gone to cameras, and that, if you're looking for the notes, I'm kind of going a little off script there, but that increases the workload that's imposed on the district attorney's office. Those the digital acquired. Back to the slide there. State statute mandates the funding the work of the district attorney's office be provided, quote, as is necessary to perform efficiently the duties of such offices. And that's a statute that was written in 1953 that talks about that the commissioners are required to provide stenographic equipment. So kind of move past that and other things that are required now. Don't use stenographers all that much, but in essence, the commissioners, the county's fund is required to keep the district attorney's office moving forward. You may be aware, but the DA is actually a state position, but everybody that works for me and with me, county position. That statement that I've included there, the work done by the district attorney's office is an essential and fundamental component of all thriving communities. It's a very true statement. And as I read that and reflected on it, I just wanted to share, there was some conversation before we came, before the sheriff started his presentation about the murder case that my office is currently prosecuting. Amy Matuska, my chief deputy district attorney, is handling that case. She and I tried that case together as co-prosecutors about 5.5 years ago. The Court of Appeals changed laws, search warrants after that conviction that we obtained came out. So ultimately it resulted in that case being overturned. And then so we're retrying it. We're about 4 weeks into it. But we had to pick a jury as part of that process, and we bring in a couple hundred jurors in small groups, and we question the juries. And we gave them jury questionnaires ahead of time, and they answered a number of questions. One of the questions was, what do you know about this particular case? And I was a bit surprised to find out that a very small percentage knew anything about the case, and even smaller percentage knew any meaningful details about the case. Now, this is a case that received a fair amount of publicity in the GT, and some local media, and then eventually there was a 48-hour special on it. And so myself and Ms. Matuska were on TV, and then there was another TV special that came about as a result of that. But nonetheless, very few people in our community know about the case. And that's not a way of complaint, that's just a fact. And the reality is, I think most people are able in our community and in Benton County are able to go about their lives blissfully ignorant of what goes on in the community as far as the criminal justice system. I think that's probably a good thing. It's not a complaint. I think that's just a reality. But if the work that's done by my office and the people that work with me, I'm kind of like the cheerleader or the coach, but the people that are really doing the work, my deputy DAs, the paralegals, and the crime victim advocates, criminal media folks, if we're doing our work correctly, you don't have to know about it or have to hear about it. And probably most people don't unless they get called to jury duty or unless you have the misfortune of being involved, touched by the system somehow, maybe a family member's. But I guess I just want to highlight that as we go forward and talk about the work, because that's kind of the context of what we do as work. And this kind of piggybacks onto the work done by the sheriff's office. And shout out to the sheriff and the work they do. We're here to keep the peace and allow people to maintain a living environment where they can go about doing their work and recreating and educating and just enjoying life without the worries of the system. So just that as a backdrop. So let's go to the organizational chart, and we'll talk more about this, but you'll see on here in red are vacant positions we have. And we do have a number of vacancies, and that's been a struggle. I think, and I'm going to get into this a little bit more in some later slides. Maybe I'll save that for a bit, but presently there's myself there on the top. You see my chief deputy supervises our 3 subdivisions that are not district attorney related, so directly related. We got our victim advocates or victim services. We have our criminal support, which are in essence our paralegals, and our criminal media people. That's the folks that receive discovery on any criminal case or any juvenile case, basically any case that's going to court and being litigated in some fashion. It's typically going to be police reports, media, audio, video, photographs, anything other than hard, tangible evidence that's going to come to our office. We have to reproduce that in some fashion and share that with the defense attorneys and opposing parties. So that's the criminal media division. The paralegals are the ones that are preparing a lot of documents. They're organizing the docket. They're making sure the attorneys know which courtroom to go to. They're kind of the background. They're sending out letters. They're communicating with the defense and so forth. And the victim advocates, they're working one-on-one with victims of crime, people that are directly impacted by the justice system. And then we have, you'll see we're funded for 12 deputy district attorneys. When I came to Benton County 10 and a half years ago, roughly, and worked for John Harrelson. I was the district attorney in Grant County and came here to work as John Harrelson's chief deputy. At that time, we were funded for 7 deputy district attorneys. Roughly the same population. We've grown a little bit, right? But basically the same, pretty close to the same caseload that we have now. 7 of us. At one point, we were down to 5 deputy DAs doing this. Pretty big pool. Lynn County, slightly larger county than us, but they've always had about double, not always, until a few years ago, about double the deputy. But a few years back, and our commissioners can probably point to the exact dates, we were blessed to be funded up to 12 deputy DA positions, which is we were short for a short period of time. We were fully funded, or excuse me, fully staffed in that department. Marriages and births and family reunions or retirements suddenly went from. So we've been working in that status for quite a while now. We're back up to, we've hired a 9th and then a 10th to start soon. We've got 2 positions that, as you can see, we've got paralegal vacant, paralegal to be removed as part of this budget. And we have a victim services manager maternity leave and decided to stay on leave. So we've got a vacancy there. So we've got a number of vacancies. So next slide there. So these are the different things the district attorney's office does. Again, the top on the list, there's criminal prosecution, but we do juvenile delinquency prosecution. So any committed by a juvenile that if they were an adult, it would be a crime, is eligible for filing of charges as a juvenile delinquency petition. There's a lot of similarities to the adult criminal system, but very different. And we'll hear from Matt Weatherall in a bit about that. We work with his counselors in his department on that. Civil commitment proceedings. So when somebody is a danger to themselves or others because of a mental illness, we can file a petition or at least litigate a petition that's initiated by somebody else to have them held potentially for 6 months to get necessary treatment, mental health treatment, and other basic life support. Our office staffs a number of different teams, multidisciplinary teams. T stands for, as you can see, they all have catchy ART acronym, SART, FART, DART. We've avoided the family theme there for obvious reasons, but the child abuse team, and we'll get into this in another slide, is mandated by statute. Some of these others have just developed as a best practice, and what that is the district attorney's office. One of my deputies will head up this team. They'll meet, depending on the group, once a week in the case of the CART, or not quite as frequent some of the other cases. Sex abuse response team, the vulnerable adult response team, domestic violence response team. They'll meet periodically with one of our victim advocates will be there. People from the Department of Human Services, depending on the type of the case. We'll have SANE nurses, sex abuse response team nurses. We'll have law enforcement officers, detectives from the various agencies. So it'll be a group that is all geared toward and school administration personnel. Probably leaving out a couple, but a group of folks that would be the appropriate group to respond to and have knowledge of the type of case that's being looked into. And so we staff those cases. The last one, the DART, that was actually the idea of one of my deputy DAs to start that. And she took the lead and got that program going. And now we're kind of training up some other counties, Polk counties, meeting with our group to learn how to set up a program. We respond to public records requests and appeals, certainly handle crime victim rights. We assist law enforcement with training at their requests or sometimes ours. Various law enforcement agencies, PD, CPD, Sheriff's Office, OSU, so forth. Handle grand juries, discovery management, what I mentioned before. Again, we're sharing out the discovery we get in. There's resentencing requests. Some of this might not make any sense to you, but at the end or now, even if we can ask questions now, I don't know, jump in and say, what does that mean? But people, when they're convicted, there's a lot of ramifications, like license suspensions for sex abuse reporting, hunting license suspensions, so forth. They might want relief from that. There's a process that comes into play there. We certainly handle probation violation proceedings. So after there's a conviction, they're placed on probation. They don't comply with the terms of the probation. Our office is responsible for reacting to that. And then we handle and participate in special programs, drug treatment court. We don't currently have a drug treatment court. We had I'd say an award-winning program for quite a while, and for funding reasons and some other reasons, we've been without a program for a couple of years. We're trying to get that started again. We're have established a deflection program, and I'm considering starting up what's called restorative justice program. Next slide, please. So kind of go through these next few slides kind of quickly. I've already kind of touched on these things, but just for some statistics, my deputy DAs have performed intake on about 3,000 cases last year. That means we get a police report from law enforcement where they say, we think a crime occurred, or we think a crime might have occurred, review it and make a decision on whether you think so. And depending on the case, assuming there's evidence, we ask ourselves, did a crime occur? Can we prove it? And does justice warrant going forward in this particular case? And if we answer those three cases, and I suppose a fourth, Don said, but we have the resources to relate to the justice piece. But if we answer those questions in the affirmative, then we're going to file charges and it starts the process. Anytime we charge a case, there are often multiple counts, multiple crimes that can be a part of that crime. So we could have a driving offense where a person commits a crime of DUI and the reckless driving, and they run over a mailbox or criminal mischief. So there's a bunch of crimes that are a part of the particular case. So you'll see more counts, more offenses than crimes. And then, of course, there's necessarily a bunch of court appearances that go along with that case. I'm not here to pitch a new jail, but maybe we'll talk about that at some point in the future. But to the extent we have people that fail to appear for their charged crimes because they're cited, we deal with a lot of court appearances because they're rearrested, committing new crimes. So we just have a tremendous amount of appearances that are related to any given case. Victim advocates, any case that has a victim. Am I going too slow? I'll speed it up. I wasn't going to plan on taking all 45 minutes, but we'll see. Our victim advocates, if there's a victim crime, they are they're in essence holding the hand, if they need to, of the victim from beginning to end, helping them navigate that process. Some victims want to be very involved. Some victims don't want to be involved at all. Whatever their need and desire level is, we're going to step up and support them in that. And you see there last year, 50,953 services to 2,700 victims, give or take. And those services are anywhere from in-person meeting, a phone call, an email, a letter, sending out some kind of notification. They're with parents. Our criminal media division, and there's Rick touched on this at the beginning regarding acts on justice. I know the commissioners know, but for the budget committee members, we recently went to a system where we can process the vast majority of the media that we receive on a case, the discovery, digitally. So we've gone away from the paper and from the thumb drives and DVDs to a digital system. And so that came at a pretty substantial financial investment, but ultimately it's going to increase efficiencies for our law enforcement partners and for ourselves. And getting that fully implemented is one of our goals to talk about, but of course that impacts on environmental issues as well as one of our goals. And so last year we processed 3,300 pieces of media. And again, that would have been in essence thumb drives or DVDs. So that's going to all be, the vast majority that's going to be digital forward. Death investigations by statute were required. Anytime there's a death that occurs in the county and it's unattended, we get a call. One of our deputy DAs get a call. So it's one of our on-call deputies. Each week we have one of our deputies that serves 24/7. They're there with their phone and their laptop. And law enforcement's calling them to describe the death, and we're assisting in that death investigation. Vast majorities are natural deaths, or some of them are suicides, unfortunately. Very rare instances will be homicide. If it's such a case, then that's going to turn into a criminal investigation. We're required by statute to respond to those. And then we work with law enforcement. They have trained individuals that serve as medical legal examiners or law enforcement examiners. And then we employ nurses by contract. They respond to help with those death investigations as well. And back to the MDT, we touched on this, but by statute, we're required to have a multidisciplinary team that deals with potential child abuse cases. Any case that comes in that looks suspicious or has unexplained injuries, or the explanation doesn't seem consistent with the actual injury, those are going to be investigated. Basically, you're just getting all the people together in the same room to make decisions about investigating a case.
Ryan, could you get a little closer to the microphone?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, the Willamette Criminal Justice Council, that is a Benton County's local public safety coordinating council. That's something that's required by statute. And that's our iteration of that statute, composed of a commissioner, the district attorney, some of the law enforcement heads, the school district representatives, the juvenile director, mental health director, the health department director, and so forth. And we meet now quarterly as an executive body and then quarterly as a larger body. And I've already, let's see, victim impact panel. So any DUI case where there's a conviction or there's a diversion, so somebody, first time DUI offenders, assuming there's no injury that's associated with the DUI, they're offered what's called a DUI diversion, generally speaking. And that's an opportunity for a person to get treatment and, do some classes and be alcohol free or substance free for the year. And in many instances, they're required to hook a device up, breathalyzer to their breathalyzer, but a device to their car where they have to blow into it before they can drive. And as a part of that, and if they can successfully complete that, they avoid a conviction. As a part of that, they have to participate in a victim impact panel. So that's a class meeting where members of the community who have been impacted or their family members have been by a DUI crime, they speak and they talk about, as the name implies, the impact it had on their family. So to our goals, the first goal really just kind of summarizes what we're attempting to accomplish and we have historically done. These numbers kind of gradually increase over the course of a year, but we want to make sure we're able to provide at these service levels 40,000, serving 40,000 crime victims a year, 18,000 court appearances, 6,500 cases for review, or 2,700 rather, and 6,500 charges. And that's just the base level of what we really need to and want to be accomplishing. As far as the other goal number 2, and this is kind of motivated by our recent, had to do with the strike planning, but we were motivated to come up with and update our COOP plan, contingency of operations plan. But that struck me with the need to reflect on what do we do in the event of a natural disaster. We keep hearing about the big earthquake that's coming, or we've got storms or other things. There's going to be scenarios potentially where we're called upon to continue our work, but it's going to have to be done offsite or a different location. And I felt the need to get prepared for that contingency, and so I wanted to focus on that as one of our goals. Then goal number 3 kind of touched on that already, but this just has to do with the full implementation of the acts on justice. We're in the process of rolling that out, I think successfully, but we're not quite fully implemented, but we'll certainly get that accomplished. And then the 4th goal has to do with the equity piece. And there's a number of things. As the district attorney for the new committee member, or the budget committee members, I took office in September, and there's just a number of things I feel the need to do as a part of the new administration. But one of the things I've been wanting to do is to update our website, our web page. There's a lot of improvements we needed to make, and so it seemed like a good time to accomplish these 2 goals, to provide a bilingual option. And then I know there's a lot of people that are from other countries that really don't appreciate the differences of the United States criminal justice system. So I thought it would be helpful to have some resources on there for them. So we're going to add that to the website. So as far as that side there, so the biggest, really for us, the biggest financial challenge, budgetary challenge, is this increase to the vacancy factor. As you saw earlier, 76% roughly of our budget is personnel. So when we were asked to consider a budget, what could we do to tighten our belt? There really was nothing that would give us big enough numbers, but for looking at positions, either cutting a position or the vacancy factors. And so this reflects the cutting of one paralegal position, and in essence, the leaving open of a number of positions. And if I could flip to the next slide, it may be, as you've seen on the org chart, we do have a number of vacancies, and if those continued as is, we'd have absolutely no problem meeting that, the 14% or so. But just wanted to cover some points on that and then talk about my dreams, notwithstanding the necessary budget cuts that we're going to talk about here. But so maybe to state the obvious, but there's a shortage of available employees throughout the state. This is particularly true of attorneys and specifically more particularly true of deputy district attorneys. There's just not enough bodies that are available to do the work. To help with that has been the fact that we were given these pay equity increases, and that I think I've got some very satisfied deputy DAs that are being paid quite well. But obviously the catch-22 on that is that there's less money to pay more people to continue to do that job. I've already touched on, we've got 8, 9, and soon to be 10 of those 12 positions filled. But we've been operating for the last year or so with 8 of the 12. There's no less work to be done. The same amount of work either has to be done, which means we either have to commit more hours or commit less hours. We can do the same amount of cases and do a less good job at it, to use kind of poor English, or we can take on less cases and do an amazing job. But there's only so many hours to get out of a particular person. As I mentioned, when I came here 10 years ago, I was not a stranger to hard work, and I worked much longer than 40 hours, and we did the work of how many attorneys with 7, 6, and 5. But the new generation is latched onto this work-life balance thing, which means 9 to 5. So there's only so many attorneys out there. So I could say, come work for me and I need 60 hours out of you, or I could say, come work for me and I'll support your work-life balance, and I'm more likely to get that attorney than Klotz or whoever else. So, that's a challenge. But we've got the work to do, and we need the bodies in the seat. And I've got the deputy DAs working for me now are amazing people. I think they're committed. I think they enjoy working where they're working, and I think they're committed to be there. But I need more of those folks. We train, we litigate. We're trial attorneys, and that's a sought after skill in the legal world. So it's not uncommon for private practice to want to take our prosecutors, and this is statewide. Same is true for our paralegals or other support staff. It looks good on a resume to have district attorney's office. And so we have the Department of Justice, who can pay even better than we have stealing our employees or private practice or so forth. And so my challenge is, obviously in a perfect world, I'd like to fill all my positions, and we're trending toward filling those positions. I know we can't afford to actually fill all those positions all the time, but the reality is when I have a deputy DA leave my office, it could take me a year to fill that position. I'm more likely to get deputy DA1 straight out of law school than I am to get somebody like me who's been doing this for 27 years, my chief who's been doing it for 25 years, or some of my mid-level DDAs who've been doing it for 14 or 16 or 8. And so it's, in my perfect world, budget cuts notwithstanding, I would be allowed to vacancy factor to the wind and just go pedal to the metal and try to fill those positions. I think the reality is it probably may be that those vacancy factors will pop up naturally, and the budget cuts won't actually restrain me, because the reality is it's just hard to fill those positions. But to the extent there is flexibility at some point, at some level, somewhere, I'd like the ability to try to fill those positions and keep them full, because again, if my target is somewhere less than full, then as soon as a person leaves or 3 people leave, then here I am trying to rebuild again. And then when you have 8 people doing the work of 12 people, those 8 people are more inclined to leave than if there were 10 of them doing the work of 12 people. So that's my challenge. I've kind of rambled on a bit. Let me throw, just for good measure, since I'm an attorney advocate, where are we at on time? How much
Going.
Okay, so you may have heard I was thinking, what's a brilliant story and analogy that could leave you walking away from this meeting thinking, gee, I think the DA's office should be fully funded and all those other departments who I love and support should cut just a little bit so they could fill them. But there's a story that originated maybe and based on some truth, maybe just a fable, but it has to do with there was a battle going on and a horse needed to be shoed to get a person into the battle shortly, as quickly as possible. And the farrier, person putting on the horseshoes, used less nails than he ought to have done. And so that horse entered the battle. And so the poem goes something to the effect of, for the want of a nail, a shoe was lost. For the want of a shoe, a horse was lost. For the want of a horse, the rider was lost. For the want of the rider, the battle was lost. And for the loss of the battle, the kingdom was lost. We're talking dollars and cents, not horseshoes, but the work we're doing is it's life and liberty, right? So we're either holding somebody accountable for serious crimes, or hopefully we're helping people not recidivate, helping people get into treatment they need, catching that first time and prosecuting that first time DUI offender so that he's not the second DUI offender. If I could just highlight another case we handled earlier this year. We prosecuted a man that was on post-prison supervision for a number of crimes. He'd committed a crime in Benton County, a drug crime, and was released for lack of jail space. And then he happened to be coming north on Highway 99 as an 18-year-old young man, ROTC student, was heading south on Highway 99. As fate would have it, this person was under the influence of 5 different controlled substances and driving at a very high rate of speed, as it turns out, right in front of a sheriff's deputy who was videotaping this entire event, just by virtue of the fact that his vehicle did that. This man came into the oncoming lane of this innocent 18-year-old and hit him head on. And of course, tragically, the victim died instantaneously and the defendant walked away. Now, not every case is as tragic or as impactful as that, but the work we do, it's hard to put a dollar value on something. It's hard to know just what the effect will be, but there are cases, and we were at the point under our last administration when we were short on attorneys, where we had increased the standards where we would file a DUI in less frequently. It had to be stronger evidence and a higher blood alcohol level and so forth. And we're forced to make those choices when we're limited on staff. We've only got, again, so many people to do the same amount of work. And so, again, as we think about how to spend our money and where to put the focus, I just put that out there to consider. What can we do to help JAWS and keep the street safe and protect their community? So I guess I'm supposed to keep going with this. That was the highlight of the speech. Now back to the boring part. Okay. So our budget. So of course we had some brilliant things we wanted to do, and it turns out the answer was no because of money. But just I guess we'll cover those here. So the first one actually was funded because in essence, because we were able to pay. It's a 5-year contract, and we had the money in our this year rather, our last budget year, so we were able to pay for that. And so we've been blessed with being allowed to have that happen. The second on page 54, the second package there. This would be, so what we have is the next 2 slides kind of relate. We have a district attorney's investigator, John Chilcote. He was, if the sheriff and company were still here, everybody would know him because Mr. Chilcote worked for the sheriff's office for decades. I don't know how long, but he was renowned for the work he did there. And at some point, he decided to retire and began working as our investigator. And he works on a contract basis for us. We pay him to do on a case-by-case basis to serve subpoenas and to go out and corral witnesses and make sure they get to grand jury or to court. And he deals with hostile people that come to our office and are maybe sometimes mentally or just presenting issues. And then he responds to the major crime teams. Anytime we have a homicide or a manslaughter, that type of thing, he'll respond to that. And he provides his own vehicle, he provides his own phone, he provides his own weapon. And frankly, he volunteers a lot of times. So we're getting a pretty great benefit at a ridiculously reduced cost just because he's got time and a desire to help. But he's going to retire in the next year or so. And so to replace him, that's what the second and the third thing pertain to. He provides his own vehicle as well, if I didn't say that. But so the second package would have to do with the purchase of a vehicle, which again, I understand we don't have the funds for now, but, and then the third package would be, what do we do cost-wise to acquire somebody to fill his position? And this is looking at a full-time FTE to cover that. It would be offset by the, I think it was 70 or 80, 90 maybe that we're paying him on contract. So it's not quite this full 283, but again, we're going to struggle on with what we've got now, and I'm going to try to convince him to stay as long as he can, and we'll try to come up with another option when and if we get to that point. So challenges moving forward, just staffing levels, as I've already discussed. We've got a mental health crisis on our hand. It's not just county-wide, it's statewide, and there's laws that need to be changed to give us maybe more options. We just to play my small violin a little bit longer, the civil commitment we talked about before, the process to get mentally ill people off the street and get them the help they need. The Court of Appeals just came out with a case just in the last couple of weeks, making it even harder to commit somebody. If somebody, this person, which was the case that went up on appeal, in essence, was almost starving to death and was eating out of the trash can, just eating, documented to eating moldy, rotten food, just a horrific picture. And the Court of Appeals said, nope, that doesn't present enough evidence to determine that they're a danger to themselves. So you cannot civilly commit them. So that we're dealing with a mental health crisis. Lack of jail space is a challenge. Not that we can do anything about it presently. That's not, I know not what we're here to deal with today. And then we want to take on some other programs, deflection, drug treatment, court restorative justice. But again, those things draw my deputies away from just the run-of-the-mill case processing. So it's just an additional time demand. Those are important things I'd like to do. So it's just a matter of balancing what we can do with the time we have and the bodies we have. Some opportunities. I think AI is, I mean, you've heard it already probably, but it's the future. We're already seeing it in our use with Axon Justice. It can create transcripts for us and do other things. My attorneys have already been talking about how it has been saving them time here or there. And Westlaw, which is our legal research program, now has an AI feature, and that's been helpful as well. So I expect some increased efficiencies there. So hopefully that will offset some of the challenges we're having. And we've just got great community partners that are helpful in a lot of ways with drug court and otherwise. And I think the new courthouse is just going to increase efficiencies for our office as well. So appreciate the county and their work in getting that done. So I'm done rambling. Ready for questions if you have any.
Questions? Mr. Shepherd?
You answered most of them, but my question is about the WCJC Trust Fund. What is that fund? I'm not familiar with it.
So the excuse me, the WC, I mean, so it's essentially a funding category that the dollars are built into. It's not coming in the traditional way you think of a trust, but it's dedicated money. Don't know the genesis of how they got into the trust fund category at one point, but it's basically pledged money that other county departments, or excuse me, other local jurisdictions pay to support that effort. That's the dollars that essentially pays for the staffing.
Okay, so like, the WCJC is made up from a lot of jurisdictions, and so you're saying they pay us for some of Kim's time to be able to staff the. Okay.
Predates me, but at some point there was a formula that was calculated based on, I think, population sizes. As far as we decided we needed X amount of dollars per year And so everybody's going to pay a certain percentage of that. And it's a trust fund in the sense that we can't, the DA's office, we can't touch that money for anything else. It's just going for Kim McDermott's position, which is one of my office. He's here with us today. 0.2% FTE of her is paid for by WCJC. No.
Okay, and the IGA for that exists somewhere. Could I get a copy of that at some point? Thank you.
Other questions?
Yeah, on the revenue picture, I know at least part of your salary is paid by the state and there's a stipend and, but I didn't see that money in the pie chart.
So, so you are correct, Commissioner Malone, that DA Jocelyn is a state employee and his salary is paid. And then for law, county government can come in and approve a stipend to be able basically make the difference. That particular responsibility by Benton County bylaws is granted to the Citizen Budget Committee to be able to review elected official salaries. So what I can tell you is that District Attorney Jocelyn's stipend that he is currently receiving from the county continues into the next biennium as it is right now, but decisions in relations to increases of those, that stipend along with the elected official for the sheriff, as well as the three of you, will be a meeting that we will have with the Citizens Budget Committee to select those for this biennium.
So essentially it'd be considered under the personal services lumped in.
Commissioner Wise, thank you. Yes, that's where that would roll up into is our stipend payment is in the personal services.
Okay, and on staffing levels, I'm sympathetic to the challenges of recruiting and retaining quality staff, and I guess at some point I would be interested in creative solutions how to not stockpile DAs, but be able to some vacancies you can anticipate and hopefully get geared up ahead of time so you don't wait till they're actually out the door before you start recruiting.
Yeah, if that were an option, I mean, we have, like you saw in my on the org chart, we have actually one of our paralegals is going to law school in September, so we know that position's open. Historically, we haven't been able to advertise positions until they're actually open. If we were, and I don't, this is above my pay grade, as they say, but if that were an option that we could start advertising for a position in anticipation of knowing it was open. We've had that scenario play out more than once. We've had to wait until the event, then we start, then, it's a month and a half of advertising and getting interviews, it's a process. So yeah, that would be great if that were an option for all of our positions, DDAs or otherwise.
So what's stopping that process of anticipating or recruiting before?
Perhaps I'm incorrect, but I just was given to understand that that wasn't an option. We had to have the vacancy before we
could. Commissioner Malone, yeah, Jocelyn's correct. I mean, that's the way we do manage our staff in terms of we don't recruit until we have vacancies. Obviously, if this was a change in practice, our discussion of vacancy factor would probably disappear. I'll just say if we're going to work to a place of trying to hire before a vacancy actually occurs, then you're in a situation where you won't have any vacancy. There's the pros and the cons. So I'm not saying that's not a policy change that could be made, but you're basically then going to be hiring positions that you may or may not have budget for.
Okay, I guess my thought is separating out the hiring from the recruiting. I mean, wouldn't it be possible to do recruiting and say a start date of 3 months from now, or I'm just trying to think how to be more creative and not, I think earlier you were talking about you were down to 8 deputy DAs and that just seems like we ought to be able to be more creative in a situation where you're generally always looking.
So Commissioner Malone, again, this is where I need to defer to our human resources manager, but one possibility is, you know, as you talk, it's almost like a pre-qualification type process to where is there a place where a program or some way could be set up to where a pool of availability is there? It's kind of like your temporary service. If you go to a temporary agency right now, they have a pool of whatever profession is needed that you can draw from. Could we create that kind of bullpen, if you will, of individuals? I think that would be a good question we could explore with our human resource manager. That would shorten the time that when a vacancy does become available. Is there something that Ryan and others could draw from? I don't know the answer to that question. I think it's worth exploring. It would certainly reduce the time of vacancy when that occurs, and that's a good thing from the standpoint of getting positions filled.
The one, so probably there's a couple of thoughts I guess I have. For law school students who, the typical course will be you're going to graduate in August or, well, July. Anyway, you'll take the bar in September. They'll be licensed to practice in October, and that's when you'll get a certain amount of available candidates entering the profession. And so potentially we could be advertising toward that niche group, knowing that they're going to be coming on a certain time. Our latest hire you see on the org chart to start in August is somebody that was clerking for Lane County Circuit Court, and her ended or is to end in August. We actually interviewed her 3 months ago, knowing that was the plan. So we, for a case, start because we could afford to wait. But most law students, other than that situation, I think, are a job as soon as it's going to be the students that are graduating.
So you can do some kind of like targeted outreach.
Yeah. Yeah.
You ever play golf with them? Seems like the sheriff has
You
good
know,
luck with
I
playing
have
golf.
to buy another set of golf clubs. I haven't golfed for like 20.
Any other questions?
I have a clarifying question about the first pop, the DA1. So it says it was not recommended for funding as it was already in the the current service level estimate. So it is included, or it was paid for in this biennium, or?
So it came out of this biennium. Maybe the backstory is that the former CFO and I had a discussion. His advice was, oh yeah, you've got the money now, you can go ahead and just jump in and do that thing. So I committed, and then of course we had change leadership shortly after that. And our new guy said, all right, go ahead. Maybe you should have answered that question.
I appreciate Jocelyn's answer. He was correct in that. I think he certainly had the right thinking in terms of putting this forward because of some of the vacancies that the district attorney's office has had. Decision was go ahead and purchase that in the current budget, which means it's not necessary for. I think there is a subscription component that we have to continue to maintain that we can absorb within the current service level. So Commissioner Wise, I appreciate your question on that. It was a little.
It's, yeah, it's
process was
just
a little-
phrased funny. It's not recommended for funding as it's already in the CSL estimate.
That was the question again, speaking with, I forget his name now, right? Anyways, what the question was, we weren't sure, do we need to do a POP or not? And that was, and we weren't certain. And I think I was working with Renee at that point. She was uncertain. And so we kind of did both approaches maybe.
Okay, but so,
The other thing was, we had negotiated, we'd been negotiating for months actually, and going forward at that time gave us, the prices were already kicking into a new year and they're going to jump up pretty substantially. So it was at a cost savings as well.
so at the end of the day, or the end of the biennium, I should say, you're getting it. Okay.
Yes.
Perfect.
definitely do appreciate
Anything else? No?
it. If I could just add one more comment, notwithstanding the sob story about how we'd like to be fully staffed and funded, we obviously will go forward full steam ahead with what we have and work as efficiently as possible and do what I hope would be an amazing job. So appreciate your support and your consideration. This group here I'm working with.
Thank you. Yeah. Next is the juvenile department.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Compliments to the committee. You are right on time. You are 1 minute to spare. So things are moving nicely here because I know that as we get closer to 6 o'clock, we'll have a public hearing. So everything is moving along nicely. So first of all, I'd like to welcome Matt Weatherall, our juvenile department director, for able to go through this with me here today. So we're going to just jump right in if everybody's ready to go and talk about the juvenile department. So let's start with, again, you'll probably be seeing these in your sleep, but again, just to kind of give you a quick overview of the juvenile department budget. This is a $6.76 million current service level budget, which is approximately 17.4% above where we're at today with the legislative, oh my gosh, I almost said legislatively adopted budget, the county adopted budget. The primary budget driver again is a 24.6% increase in personal services and associated with the PERS and health insurance. Vacancy factor, this is, so again, we're going to dig a little bit, this is a small department. So the vacancy factor that suggests is 1.8. Again, this model is what we did in 23-25 and was successful. You will get a slight increase in the recommendation from our proposed budget to go to 2.5, but I would safely say this is a pretty, this would be a vacancy factor that is appropriate and can be managed. I think as mentioned in the sheriff's office discussion today, there are different ways to manage a vacancy. There's certainly the staffing components, but there are other elements such as materials and services and things that can be curbed in terms of expenditures to be able to balance. So I have a lot of confidence in Matt in terms of making sure that we can pull that off. But in total, the budget adjustments are 6.5% reduction from current service level. Once again, obtained the same way as we've seen with other. There is a position proposed elimination. And I do want to just pause here for a minute. As I mentioned earlier in the kickoff of the positions that we are proposing for elimination, it is our intent to not have any layoff situations and really look at vacancy positions where there is that opportunity. This is a particular position that is currently filled. And we are working, I want to assure you, working with the impacted staff, and we feel that we have solutions that we can. So obviously, if this is something that is approved by this budget committee and adopted by the Board of Commissioners, we would have to move forward with some form of elimination, but I want to assure you that it is our priority to make sure that we're working with any impacted staff, and we have been doing that. The pros package does have a policy package associated with this. Matt has been working very prudent in his budget in terms of trying to make sure that there is balance. He has tried to do this, what we call via permanent finance, and be able to make it cost neutral. He was a little bit short, and that's really what this portion is coming to. But again, we'll talk about that in the policy package. So overall, after we applied the budget adjustments that I spoke of, we're looking at about a 6.1 decrease to our current service level, where that basically puts us, it moves our proposed reduction for our proposed budget from a 17.4% increase to a 10.3%. So that is the overall impact to the budgetary adjustments that we're proposing. Categorically, we are looking, again, 68% of our costs is associated with personal services. As I already mentioned, the total juvenile department FTE is 15, so relatively small department. It would be moving to a FTE of 14. And again, Matt's going to talk to you a little bit about this, but much of this, none of these decisions are ever easy when we talk about freezes or elimination. But I think you will see also with the caseloads and the projections going forward that this sort of aligns with, again, the elimination that is proposed. Is a lot of it is to do with the caseload declines that we have seen. And again, I will defer to Matt to talk a little bit about that when we get there. Again, I already mentioned the higher vacancy factor, and essentially our materials and expenses are a relatively small increase under standard inflation. There's not a lot of additional materials type services for juvenile. They're mostly staff related. So the revenue sources, specifically to the juvenile department, you will see again, this is an area where we have mostly general fund dollars that support this. 87.5% of it, I should say it's 100% general fund, essentially 87.5% of it's general fund. 12.5 is local option levy. So again, all general fund resources. However, within, they are one of those rare departments that have a little bit of dedicated resources that come from the state that we do deposit into the general fund because it's part of the core programs. So again, you can see that's about 6.8%. So just a sliver of it is related to dedicated funds. So again, majority of the dollars, approximately 93% of it is from the general fund. And then finally, before I turn it to Mr. Weatherall, here again is a summary of the actual, you can see the trends of expenses. He has three primary areas of operations, diversion, and accountability that he'll speak more to in terms of a services standpoint. But you can see essentially where those changes are occurring, and he will address those as we move into the individual discussion. So with that, I will turn it to Mr. Weatherall.
Thank you, Rick. Thank you, members of the committee, for allowing me to be here today to speak to you about the juvenile department. So if I look at the previous slide, just so I can give some context to diversion and accountability. Those dollars are passed through from the Oregon Youth Authority to Benton County. They cover two areas: diversion, diverting youth from entering into the Oregon Youth Authority, and accountability. How are we treating those youth? Now, in this current biennium, we were allocated $341,876. Looking forward to the upcoming biennium, that proposed is $376,994. Now, I can tell you that this morning, the Oregon Youth Authority budget passed the Ways and Means Public Safety Committee as proposed. So we're not expecting any reduction in those pass-through dollars. What we do with those dollars is we do our work crew program. It pays for a portion of work crew, and it pays for a portion of one of the juvenile court counselors. Now, the discrepancy is there's automatic expunction that has passed in the state of Oregon, and we are contracted with the Oregon Youth Authority to do that work. It cannot exceed $35,000 worth of work over the biennium. So we're seeing juvenile accountability. That's my fault. I was not coding that correctly, and it was going into accountability. So those dollars are going to be separated out moving into this next biennium, so we know exactly where they're going and what those numbers look like. That's why that discrepancy is there. That is my fault for not coding it correctly. So as we look into the juvenile department, our mission is essentially the balanced approach. Protection of communities and youth through accountability, community protection, and competency development. That's pretty straightforward when it comes to what we're doing. How do we hold youth accountable? How do we keep the public safe? And what skills can we build with the youth that are on our caseloads and under our supervision? There's three functional areas that we focus on: juvenile accountability and community protection, like I said, developing those competencies, either through groups, individual one-on-one, or motivational interviewing. And then, of course, our outreach and our partnerships that we have with other community groups. The purpose is to provide a continuum of prevention, supervision, rehabilitation services to youth and families, refer to the juvenile department in a manner consistent with protection of the community. We believe that our youth are our most important members of our community. We are committed to working with families to support the growth of necessary skills, live responsibly, safely, and productively in our communities. In unison with family and our community partners, we believe we can strengthen the opportunities for our youth to contribute to a resilient and thriving community. As you can see, we have the organizational chart. There we go. Words. I haven't been sitting here as long as you guys, but words sometimes they escape me. So looking at this, I currently have a juvenile services supervisor that oversees all court counselors, our work crew coordinator, and 2 outreach specialists. I oversee 2 admin specialists, a QMHP, a qualified mental health professional, and a QMHA, and the juvenile services supervisor. I'll get into later what the reorganization will look like. I do not have a organizational chart for that, but it is similar to this. The proposed budget reduces the department from 15 employees to 14 employees. That position that we targeted for this, it's probably not the right word. The one that we went with this was the QMHA, the Qualified Mental Health Associate. And frankly, it comes down to caseloads and numbers and how many youth are we seeing in that position in particular. So as we move into accountability, what does that look like? Well, it's a negotiation of resources. It is a formal accountability agreements. It is formal probation, and it is work crew and community service. So navigation of resources, we may receive a referral from a law enforcement agency or a phone call from a parent or a community partner and they express a need for something for this youth before they escalate into the system. So we will try and attempt to tie them to different services. We cannot get actively involved. It has to be voluntary. For us to be actively involved, we have to have a citation, a petition, something of that nature, so we can proceed with the formal accountability agreement and the formal probation. Formal accountability agreement is just an agreement between us and the youth and family that you're going to do these things while we have you under our services. And if you successfully complete that, it'll be no longer than 12 months, usually runs 6 to 9. You're done. You'll never see us again. When you turn 18, an automatic expunction will be filed and it'll be off of your record. You don't have to do anything. It'll all be taken care of. Formal probation court cases are different. They go to court. The courts are involved, and then it just depends on what they can negotiate for a supervision term. Usually around 12 to 18 months, can be anywhere as low as 6, but we can keep youth until they are 23 years old on a local caseload. And if they are committed to the Oregon Youth Authority, they can remain with the Oregon Youth Authority until they are 25 years old. Those cases, again, we're doing with the same things. There may be some work crew involved, so curfew, a safety plan, treatment, all of those things are involved when it comes to what are we doing with those youth. And then work crew and community service. So work crew, again, our work crew coordinator coordinates with various people, takes a youth crew out on the weekends, usually Saturday and Sunday, because that's when our youth are available. We want them in school as much as possible. So we run a crew on the weekend. We have a wood share program currently up and running where we're, right now he's seasoning wood, but to be able to share that out with veterans or people of low income or the elderly to get them wood to get them through the winter. We're also working with natural areas and parks and building bundles of wood for Salmonberry Campground that we're selling. COMC development. This is where we get into how do we change thought patterns? How do we not come back to the juvenile department? So we use our qualified mental health professional. If there is a referral from a counselor or the family expresses a need to want to have mental health services, there is no wait in our office. They go directly, an intake is scheduled with my mental health counselor right away, and we move forward with that. I mean, Oregon ranks 51st in the country in mental health access for youth, and we have removed a barrier with that thanks to this budget committee and the commissioners of funding that position. We also have a qualified mental health associate. That person works on the skills that the QMHP has developed through their case plan. The thing with that is the youth does not have to engage in those services, especially if they're not on formal probation. And the majority of our cases do not go to formal probation. We try not to penetrate youth into the criminal justice system any further than we need to. That way, it's easier for them to be expunged. They'll still get expunged if they go into the criminal, if they end up in court. That expunction happens at their 18th birthday, and there's legislation pending right now dealing with felonies around that, when that automatic expunction will happen. That should be coming out by the end of the session. I just don't know where it stands currently. We have individual and family counseling and skill development, dialectical behavioral therapy, cognitive behavioral therapy, individual and family alcohol and drug education. That one's tough because we don't have a provider here in Benton County. We have to send them over to Albany for that. And that's one of the struggles that we currently have. And then we use One Circle curricula in partnership with Jackson Street, Strengthening Rural Families, school districts, to put those groups into classrooms for prevention work to keep youth from coming to us. As I stated, our outreach partners, Strengthening Rural Families, Jackson Street Youth Services, Behavioral Health with Benton County, Department of Human Services, and local area schools. We partner with these individuals on a consistent basis. Given where we are kind of with the budget is how do we enhance those services? And can we offer partial FTE to those groups to make those groups happen? If there is a way to partner those and move them forward so we can reach more youth pro-socially before they come to us. So this slide just shows the cases managed per year since 2017. There's another number that I had in there and it was referrals, but those are any police report that comes in. So I'm dealing with what we call home county referrals. So we may have a youth at the farm home that breaks the law, but they're from Jackson County. So we just file the paperwork. Here's a police report and we send it down to Jackson County and they deal with that. We also deal with runaways, but those don't go onto the caseload managed by the counselors for the most part. They're managed currently through my juvenile services supervisor who sends what we call a YAFRA letter. It's a youth and family, I don't remember the R and the A, I apologize, but it's asking if you need support with your child and can we tie you to services. Sometimes they respond, sometimes they do not, but we try to make that outreach and make that contact. If we start seeing repeated runaways, we will actually send somebody to the house to check.
Is this calendar year or fiscal?
These are calendar years. Okay, so my referrals in 2017 were 214. That's every police report, that's everything else coming in. In 2025, they were at 184. Okay, so if I look at these numbers, these are actually the numbers of cases that are managed by the juvenile court counselors in my office since I started in 2017. And as we look at that timeline, they go down. Now, there was a spike in 2022 of 97. That's when the courts opened back up and we were able to get the youth that had been pending through the process and get them the services they needed and then move them along. And as you can see, we are still trending downward. As of this morning, we had 67 cases that we're managing locally. And we do what's called co-management with the Oregon Youth Authority, and there are 16 of those. Those are managed by my juvenile services supervisor, but in reality, we don't do anything with those cases. Those youth have been committed to the Oregon Youth Authority. They just stay with us so we can track them along, and so when and if they come back. So I say all of that to say this, with our goals, I started looking at some of the things that we were looking at some of our data and saw that our recidivism had increased. We were pretty consistent with the state average at about 25%. I saw a spike in 2023 up to about 35%. So how do we reduce that? That becomes the question. All of my goals are tied to reducing recidivism. I sat down with staff, we had conversation, and we came up with some ideas and things and goals that we can work towards to help with that. The first one is during the biennium, we aim to implement at least 2 family engagement events. Our goal is to ensure that 20 to 30% of the youth and families have the opportunity to participate in a family-friendly events and encourage interaction with other supportive families. Now, historically, we have done the Kids Day at the Fair and Santa. Speaking with the staff, there wasn't a lot of buy-in to want to do those events, but they wanted to find something else that we could tie youth and family, pro-social, positive, to move things along in that vein. The second goal is through mental health treatment. Staff also expressed interest in understanding some of the mental health issues that our youth may be experiencing. First one that we have kind of up on the docket in September is going to be around autism awareness and how do we deal with youth on the autism spectrum. What does that look like? How do they respond? How do we work with those youth and those families? And then third is during the biennium is to collaborate with local businesses and community partners to create opportunities for youth to engage in pro-social activities or in work programs. Find something that they're interested in, tie them to a mentor, and let's build that passion and build that workforce and build that resiliency. And the second part of that is to partner with community organizations to develop a system that addresses substance abuse among juvenile offenders. There's been a lot of talk of diversion, deflection. The juvenile world does that with every single case that comes through. However, we're left out of the funding stream when it comes to how are we going to fund juvenile substance abuse disorder treatment. It's a big question. I know that there's been conversation this year at the legislature. I've not been directly involved in those conversations, so I don't have an answer on what any legislation looks like. It may come out of Ways and Means in the next few months. So the budget adjustments and impacts. Of course, we have the elimination of the management ECI and reduction of retirement benefits, elimination of 1 FTE, increase in vacancy factor from 1.8 to 2.5, and then the cost savings from internal department reductions. Our proposed budget includes $436,384 in recommended reductions. These reductions create the following estimated impacts to my department. Reduced services around competency development and group facilitation, reduced engagement with high-risk youth, impact to peer support, loss of one-on-one interventions, and loss of financial flexibility for programs or interventions. And then we move into our policy package. Do I talk about this or do you talk about it? Okay. So, no, I'm good. In addition to our 25-27 current service level budget of $6.76 million, there are 2 requests for policy packages totaling $51,939 from the general fund. Based on the review from County Administrator, one of those was recommended for a total increase of $27,000. In a total, the net effect of budget adjustments and recommendations policy package represents a 6.1 decrease to the Juvenile Department's 25-27 CSL budget, and a 25-27 proposed budget is 10.3% higher than the 23-25 adopted budget. So the request was to reorganize the office and create a deputy director position and a program coordinator position to coordinate the different activities that we have going on. We use some computer-based programmings for interventions, for budget help, financial services help, for basic office management type work is what this is going to come down to. There's some data analysis and things like that that are included in that position. The requested amount was $26,000. I tried really hard to not have that increase. I tried to keep it where we were, but again, I wasn't quite able to get there. The second training, the second request was for $25,000 in training. This was denied, and I can understand why. However, as I spoke about the contract earlier with the expunction contract that comes through, we now know where those dollars are going to go. We've dedicated those dollars to training, so we'll be able to add additional training to the juvenile department. So future challenges is, as always, is service providers. How do we get youth the services that they need? Who do we partner with, and what does that look like? Multi-system involved youth. So we have youth that are involved with DHS, they're involved with DD services, they're involved with us, and it turns into who's going to catch the hot potato today? Who's going to help this youth the most? Unfortunately, the justice system is usually the one that is defaulted to, and that is not the time, that is not the place for these youth. You have to get them into the right bed at the right time. Alternative placements. We don't have any alternative placements in Benton County. We can't access any alternative placements. We have to commit a youth either to the Oregon Youth Authority or to the Department of Human Services to get them into a BRS placement, behavioral residential services. We can on occasion get a youth into drug and alcohol treatment, but we have to take them to Prineville or down to Roseburg. We have had some luck with getting youth into programs in Portland recently, but again, we're competing with all 36 counties and the Oregon Youth Authority and trying to get youth into those programs. And then, of course, just the continued behavior issues, the mental health issues that we can constantly deal with, and trying to find solutions to move these programs forward. Our opportunities is, of course, further education for youth and family. How do we expand services? Who do we partner with? Where does that come in? That's an opportunity that needs to be explored even further. And then, of course, the expansion of our partnerships. And where do those lead, and who do we deal with, and who do we talk to figure those out? And with that, I will stand for any questions until Rick has something else.
Thank you, Matt, and Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I just, oops. I just want to go back to the one more. I'm trying to get my clicker to work again. Back. One more. There you go. Just a couple things I want to say. One, just to Matt, he didn't do this justice because you might have asked, well, how do you get a deputy director? How do you get a program coordinator? Again, Matt has been strategic in terms of using a vacant position. So when he said he tried to make it all work, he's basically looking at vacant position and trying to recalibrate everything to make it work. And as I always like to say, be cost neutral. That's part of our position management strategy, is really trying to look budgetarily and creating cost neutrality. In this case, as he said, he was a little bit short, but I do want to just recognize that effort. And then I think the other piece I just want to just speak to, and again, I'm taking one hat off and putting another on, maybe the financial hat, and really talking more from assistant county administrator. I want to just echo something that Matt said. I think that there's opportunities here in terms of how do we really think things from a prevention standpoint. There's so many services and so many ways in which we can get ahead of the curve and start to think about how to reduce recidivism. I guess I'm beating a drum here in terms of how do you make those early investments? How do you work with the schools? How do you work with those youth before you get into that place of, being in trouble? And so again, I know Matt has really been working in partnership. He talks about partnerships, but working with the different schools and how to get more involved, how do we get more engagement with our counselors, with those youth? Like I said, before they get into those system, we all know it's cheaper when we are able to get ahead of that. He talked about recidivism and trying to reduce that. That is a much, much better way to go. So again, I just want to call out that effort, and what he and the staff are trying to do is to be more on the proactive as opposed to the reactive stage. And I think they have a great opportunity to do that. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. Questions?
Yeah, I'll tag along on those comments, Rick, and just I appreciate what this department does, and on the policy package number 1 of trying to say, well, who do we have now, and how can we shift things around a little bit to be more effective with not much impact on the overall budget. And I applaud that effort. I think we talked about it earlier about it, trying to be more effective with what we have, no matter which department we were speaking of. So you are to be congratulated on that effort. So thank you.
Nope. Thank you very much, Mr. Weatherly. Next is records and elections.
Mr. Chairman, I'll just check with the committee. I know you've had a long day, or is everybody okay? We still want to keep going, or?
We're fine.
All right. I just want to make sure you're still energized. We still got a little
Thank
ways
you.
to go. So with that, Mr. Morales is joining us from Records and Elections. And we will pivot into our Records and Elections Department presentation. With that, we'll jump right in to a quick overview of the budget, and then I'll turn it over to James to kind of take it away and tell you a little bit more about what's going on with his department and some of the challenges and opportunities going forward. So with that, again, kind of starting out, so where we're at, this is a $3.98 million budget that we're looking at here. As it relates to current service level, that's about a 20.2% increase in the current service level. Again, I'm probably sounding more like a broken record, but again, I won't go through the biggest personal services is the largest driver again associated with this. There is a small vacancy factor that you see that is included here, similar to juvenile department. We try to keep these vacancy factors at a relatively lower rate. It's much harder when you're talking about 6 positions. Once again, that James had a great track record of keeping positions and keeping people in place. Certainly he's had some turnover, but traditionally we don't see a whole lot there. So we don't want to keep those too unmanageable as we move forward. So we will be recommending that staying the same as it was from the previous biennium. There is some small proposed adjustments in the budget of 4.5% that we'll speak to later in the presentation. Again, these follow along with the 2-year freezes and some of the changes in benefits for management, but James is looking to reduce some materials, supply services in the record division. He is looking at some decreases in temporary and seasonal employees to try to help from a budgetary standpoint, and of course, savings from our internal service reductions. All in all, the proposed budget does have a recommended policy package. That we will talk about. Much of this is in relation to some workload changes, positional changes that are necessary and currently implemented, and we want to make sure that those remain permanently to help him with not only the management of the workload, but a lot of succession planning, which I know he and both our county administrator have been talking a lot about in terms of ongoing leadership and succession. So overall, the impact, again, appreciation for James is, like I said, it's never easy with a smaller department, but a net effect of the budget adjustments in the policy package is about a 1.2% decrease to the current service level. So that brings his total increase from what was a projected 20.2 down to 18.7. So little better, a little helpful in terms of our general fund help, but every little bit helps. And again, I know it's not an easy cut for anybody. So again, let's talk a little bit about categorical areas. Here again, as I mentioned, 6.7 FTE. That is projected to stay the same as it is currently, current service level. There are two policy packages. Once again, as I mentioned, our Human Resources Department have already approved those, and they're actually implemented, but in temporary mode. We call them work out of classes currently. And so all these things are already in place, and we look at as when we get to the policy packages. But I know our county administrator approved those and wanted to be able to maintain those. Overall, the expenses have maintained relatively steady in records and elections. There are some primary shifts occurring in some of the categorical areas, but for the most part, James is very prudent in his management of his budget and does a great job of maintaining his expenditures at appropriate levels. We'll talk about revenues as we move forward, but as this next slide will indicate. So James' budget is again all housed in our general fund, but unlike others, he does have or has had a fair amount of dedicated revenue. These are usually fee-based or collections that come through that actually support his budget. So for the current biennium, we're showing 37% of the total revenue resources are dedicated. And these are specific to state and county programs, including some of the clerk's record system dedicated fund. As I mentioned earlier, these fees are derived from things like document recordings. There are also U.S. passport services, election billings, combination of different types of fees. The one thing, and again, this is something that you'll hear in community development as well when we get to them in terms of fees. Dedicated fees are down. So this is an area that we're seeing that records is down by approximately 11.3%. To slow down, mostly because of the document recording fees being down. But we do have some increased revenues as it relates to elections. Mostly driven by estimated increases in district billings and other miscellaneous charges. I think that the moral of this story is that, again, this is a general fund program. There's requirements, he has statutory requirements. We're not seeing as much in the dedicated fee. So what that means is discretionary revenue begins to pick up a little bit more on this. So when we start talking about the general fund challenges that we have, it's not James' fault, but certainly as slowdowns occur, as document recording fees slow down, those fees don't come in and we have to be able to pick up those costs in a different way. But James also has lots of other ideas and ways in which we can leverage revenues. And I do think, he's coming to the table to try to figure out, as we talked about going into 25, 27, that our work isn't done. James has some good ideas, and him and his staff really thought about how we can have some maybe more service opportunities going forward. And I won't steal his thunder on that because I'll let him share that. But again, I just wanted you to understand that while this is a relatively small budget, this is an element of what you're going to also see, particularly in the community development department, where those dedicated revenues are down, or perhaps in some cases going away in the case of the building division, where all that contingency is now gone. So it does have an impact to us overall. Finally, before I turn it over to James, this is again, he's broken into two divisions, pretty easy, records and elections. You can see, the two differences in relation to these factors. And as he talks through his various things, you'll hear a little bit about the factors in relation to cost changes on that. So with that, I'll give it to Mr. Morales.
Well, thank you, Rick. Good evening, I think it is.
Almost.
Chair Wright, commissioners and members of the committee, James Morales, Benton County Clerk and Records and Elections Department Director. So after a long day of looking at law enforcement budgets. Let's change it over here to records and elections. So what we do, our mission in the records and elections is we're preserving the records for property ownership. That we enable vibrant local economy. Right now, it's not so vibrant. That's why some of those revenues are down. So those are the deed, mortgage, and lien records. I'm sorry. We feel, and this is part of, things we talk about, this gives us our sense of engagement with the community where we're helping families grow through marriage and domestic partnerships. We're defending the citizens' right to vote through voter registration and elections. We're maintaining our dog license record to help promote health and safety in the community, which kind of started way back when in the rabies outbreak, as you remember. We also support the Board of Property Tax Appeals. And we also rolled out in 2008 when there was a budget shortfall and we had to get creative. That's when we started doing the U.S. passport services. So we're enabling our community to travel the world by doing so. And so this is the 6.75 FTE. These are the things we do. Got the
Okay. Maybe his mic died.
Is that what it was? And we also have a special, that's much louder, yeah. Now I can hear it. Okay. So special district election cost recovery revenue, that's where we've been able to analyze the different costs that we can charge for the different election related expenses. And that's allowed us to improve our billing on elections for the special districts, cities when the cities pay. And not the county, of course, but the state is yet to pay. We're working on that. So U.S. passport activity, we believe that it's been strong, of course, but driven somewhat by the Real ID Act. But we were already at a pretty high level before the Real ID Act came in, went into effect or got close to going into effect. So we're back up to those levels that we built after the pandemic to get back up to the pre-pandemic level. Dog licensing, we're always exploring ways to improve compliance there by helping educate the community. One of the things that's unique about Benton County and dog licensing is that we require our local vets to provide us the vaccination information of any dogs they vaccinated for rabies. Not every county does that. That has allowed us to reach out to each of these owners to let them know about the dog licensing requirement. Not all people are aware of that. So the downturn in recording activity over the last few years has resulted in a significant revenue reduction because we put a lot of revenue in the general fund typically, but recording revenues also support things like the GIS program, the surveyor's land corner preservation fee. $60 per deed goes to the state housing program. That's the largest fee we collect in it. We send it all to the state of Oregon. So yeah, there's a lot of programs that are in the county and up in the state that are being affected by this downturn that we're experiencing right now. But hopefully that does pick up. When it picks up, we do good things for the revenue of the county, or the general fund of the county. The number of marriage license process year to year has really stayed really consistent. We've been averaging close to 500 plus or minus over the many years I've been here. It really hasn't changed that much. So we're going to continue to do that. I'm going to talk a little bit about an idea we have with some new legislation that might help us there for people getting married. And the Property Value Appeal Board, which we serves as like the intermediary between the taxpayer and the assessor to review the values. We support that board as well. Okay, on the 2040 Thriving Communities Initiative, it's an idea that came out of, I learned at conference that our provider, for most of our software, Helion, has the ability to create like a shopping cart for our customers where they won't have to come into the office. They would be able to save their gas, stay home, order copies of recorded documents from their home. We might even be able to do online dog licensing if we are able to get a system that is both secure and affordable, of course, for the county. It didn't work out this time around, but one of my goals is to kind of sell it this next budget cycle, figure out with IT what we need to do. One of them was a software as a service, where it would be up in the cloud. It would give us more redundancy. It would have those types of transactions off the county services, off the county servers, and therefore, giving greater security to the county systems from any harm that might come from that. So that's one of the goals that we're trying to do. The other goal too, this is related to the marriages that I mentioned. We had a House bill that just passed. Did I have it in here? This one's probably from the one I printed. House Bill 3386, which would allow me to appoint my staff to be able to help me in performing marriage ceremonies. That way, it's not just on me to perform the ceremonies. We'd be able to expand the available time frames for persons that were wanting to have a marriage ceremony done at the county. And one of the things that challenges we had before when I was performing ceremonies at the courthouse, We had a courtroom that we could use. We had, the grounds, the nice park that we could use right outside the courthouse. And here we're trying to say, where are we going to do it if we perform ceremony? So we thought, well, we'll just try and make it a real fast, efficient process, keep the party small. And we're working on a plan, but we're getting ready to start. I'm going to start now. I can't appoint staff to do that. The bill did pass. I can't appoint staff to perform ceremonies starting until January of 2026. Yeah, and maybe even commissioners if they're interested. So anyone who I've deputized to perform a ceremony will be able to do so. So let me know if you're interested, commissioners. Happy to do that. And what I find is that people really want to have a civil ceremony. I know a lot of people can go out and just get ordained online or whatever, but there's some parties that want it to be a civil ceremony and not associated with anything else. That will make that possible. And are we back to you, Rick? Or is this? Sure, please. Yeah.
So, and James can certainly weigh in, particularly as it relates to impacts. But again, this is a summarization of the budget adjustments that have been made to the records and elections. Again, as alluded to, about $56,000 specifically for the ECI adjustments. James would be reducing temporary and seasonal employees for elections by $13,000. Materials and supply reductions that he's looking at is a small, again, may seem small, but very big in terms of impacts for James and his staff of $7,597. And then, of course, he has some cost savings that he's getting because of the internal service reductions. So I think, again, and James, feel free to weigh in if you like, but, the reduction funding for election support staff, boards and pickup teams, that certainly will have an impact in relation. It may result in slower processing of ballots returned by voters. So again, he relies a great deal on seasonal employees, temporary employees to do that. And so that is a risk associated with this reduction. Election returns may take longer to generate and release to the public. And then obviously increased workloads for full-time staff. So you have those seasonal or temporary staff that aren't there anymore. That somebody's got to do the work, and that is a risk as well. But James, feel free to add anything on that.
We typically seek to offset any loss of staff by looking for process efficiencies or utilizing our systems to help us, make up the difference.
And as alluded to, there is a recommendation of $131,849 specifically to increase the budget with the two policy packages. Again, I'll recognize County Administrator McEnany. I know that this was something that him and her and James definitely wanted to take a look at and see if there were opportunities here to really help a very small department that does a mighty job. And there's a lot of things here, and that we need to really try to support that capacity. So when you take this package recommendation or these two package recommendations and put the budget adjustments, you're really looking at a net decrease of about $46,000 associated with this. And I have to say, as you start going through these different documents, when you do things fast. And one of the biggest errors that I still make as a former 32-year state employee is I like to say the word legislatively adopted budget. So I have just noticed that James still has a legislative adopted budget in his. So I apologize. I thought I had caught all those, but you can't. I guess you can't. Yeah.
It's a legislatively adopted.
Once a state person, I guess always a state person. So, but again, what this all results into is about an 18.7% increase in the proposed budget. And again, much recognition to James that in terms of trying to help out and make some of these belt tightening areas. I know it's not ever easy, but certainly does help us in the long run. We did have the two, again, both of these packages are recommended. James has really already talked about these. Invite him if he wishes to say any more about, but there are 3 FTE that we currently have that he's looking at a different classification. That's again, gives that ability for them to be much more perhaps less specialists and more generalists to be able to support more of the entire records and elections. So that's a $53,324 request to reclassify those. And then the position, his current position for the elections and passport division, moving that position to a deputy director. And again, this is a relatively small investment that will really go a long ways in terms of building that capacity for records and election, and also really thinking about the leadership succession plans in relation. I'm not going to let James ever retire, so he's decided he's going to work here forever. But I think we all have to face at some point. We have to build for those things, and that's really what a big part of this is about. With that, I will kick it back to James to maybe just talk a little bit about challenges and opportunities going forward.
So really, I look at these challenges as opportunities. Well, they're all opportunities for the way that the team in records and elections typically comes together. So like we mentioned, we're looking for creative ways to offset the negative impacts of the current economic downturn, particularly in relation to the decline in recording revenue. We're adjusting work plans and periodically reevaluating its assignments to keep pace with the different changes in our priorities and workloads, which helps. And as you know, I mean, that's kind of, or you may not know, is that we have a lot of seasonal activities where we're having to adjust our staffing for. But that's kind of what one of our challenges is, especially if we're going to be continuing to try and do things with our small team. And really they're very specialized, and that's why we talk about attracting and retaining, staff who are well suited for these demanding positions, because there's really only one county clerk's office in each county in the state. And the things that we do, they're not things that you find in the private sector. They're very government-based and statutory, I guess, guided processes that we have to follow. But I think this team has been creative in the past, and we're going to try and do that again. And that's what these opportunities are when we talk about the bill that I just spoke about. And we're looking to leverage that as a potential revenue opportunity for the marriage ceremonies, is also a service to our community members. And related to the cross-training, that's bringing the two operational divisions together. We're doing the cross-training.
Questions?
Couple of comments. You mentioned the move from your space with no windows to you have more windows than most, but just that it made a difference to have people in the same space, not 30 feet down the hall or whatever it was. And as we kind of re-examine the space the county has and how to reformulate, move people around, I think that's something to keep in mind, that small changes can make a big difference.
Yeah.
And
proximity to the assessors and the development department and finance and taxation and the commissioner's office, that's all helped our community. Everyone we serve has benefited.
But it was just nice to hear your specific example of how it really changed and improved your operation. Rick has said several times, small department. I heard him say small department. Pretty critical. The records, just ask Curry County about how important records are when they disappear. And we depend on you folks to keep those records and safe and available. And maybe even more important is the election side of your department that people are looking for any kind of mistake or in elections, more scrutiny probably these days than ever. And I appreciate how professional you are in handling our elections, including the one that concluded a week ago, and that now you can wrap up because the postmarks should all be in. But
Today.
Today, that you really are a face of Benton County, and I appreciate yours and your team's professionalism, and that we can have good confidence that our elections are in good hands and the results are, we can trust the results. So thank you for that, and the cross training and being able to move your very limited number of people around just makes sense, and it goes back to my comments on the juvenile department is, how can we do things better, more efficiently? And so thank you for looking for those opportunities.
Appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Any other question?
All right. Number one, while I've got you here, the 1,000 ballots that have come in since last Tuesday, were they tabulated and put up
By noon tomorrow.
by noon tomorrow? Okay. Yeah. Okay. That's my personal thing. But I want to talk a little bit about your staffing and staffing levels, because when I'm up there during election time, there's a lot of people up there, and some of them are volunteers, some of them are like part-time. And I'm looking at this org chart, and there's a lot of on-call positions, which isn't something that we've seen in a lot of the other departments. So it sounds like you have about 6 FTE, and when I say FTE, I actually just mean full-time folks, right? Not just full-time equivalents, but you have 6 FTE up there, 3 people who were reclassing, and then Darla and Saling and you. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
And a 0.75 FTE position as well.
Okay. And the 0.75 is just another person who's working. Okay.
She's working on the passports and for registration.
Okay. And then I'm looking at the bottom of this org chart. It says election board members, up to 40 positions, ballot processing. And so those people who work on the boards, are they compensated? Is that, so that's a paid?
Correct. We put out a position notice for applicants. And
Okay.
do interviews. And
Okay. And so there's that one, and then there's a few on-call deputy clerks. So just how many hours do they add up to typically?
typically, our on-call person will probably work around 500 hours or so in a fiscal year.
Okay. Okay. So I mean, if it works, it works. It's just you got a very complicated staffing structure for having a small department. Yeah. Okay. I think that's the extent of my question. Oh, the people who go and collect ballots from the drop boxes. Sometimes those are deputies. Sometimes they are volunteers, correct? Do they get compensated, or are they just volunteers?
Typically, for our final pickup of the night, those will be volunteers.
Okay.
But we always have a mishmash to complete the whole thing because there's a lot of drop sites.
And in your experience, has there been an increase or decrease in people wanting to volunteer or take these board positions in the last few years?
There was an increase for the general. There was a decrease for this election.
Okay. People have very specific elections that they care about. Okay. Thank you.
Questions? Thanks very much.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Good to see you again.
Good to see you. That wasn't the floor.
Yeah.
Now we have assessments, right?
Good. Thanks. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. We are blessed with Tammy Tracy here now. She's batting cleanup for today. She is our last presentation before we get to 6 o'clock and our scheduled public hearing. So we'll just, we've been on a roll here, so we'll just jump right on in and give you a quick overview of the assessment department's budget. This is a slightly over $7 million current service level budget, which is approximately 10% or a little over 10% above the adopted budget. We do have, again, primary drivers around personal services of 23%. I'll talk a little bit about it in the category area on your decreases that you see and materials and capital outlay, but a lot of that is one-time related expenses. Vacancy factor associated with assessment to match approximately where we are at, and this is the current service level portion, is 5%. But once again, we are looking at proposed budget adjustments. So as part of that, 7% is a decline in the current service level, specifically to the policy decision around freezes on the ECI and the retirement benefits for management unrepresented. There is a 1 FTE position reduction to be held as frozen. This is that keyword freeze. So it has the ability to, if other revenues can be found. And one of the things that Tammy and I have talked a lot about, there are potentially some opportunities in the legislative session, although I am starting to hear that maybe that opportunity may have to wait another year in light of some of the state revenue challenges, but maybe she can update us on anything that is new related to that. So as part of that, we would have the 1 position freeze. We also would be lifting the vacancy factor from 5 to 6.4. I think we initially had looked at potentially another position to reduce. I think after conversations with Tammy and that possibility, I think that limited her. So as opposed to reducing a position, a additional position, we looked at increasing the vacancy factor. So after we apply the budgetary adjustments for her budget of the 6.7% decrease to the current service level, but it brings us down 10.3 to a 3% increase to the proposed budget. That's a quick summary of the budget itself. Categorically, again, this is pretty straightforward budget. The personal services is like in many cases, particularly for some of our departments until you get to like Public Works and NAPE, that our personal services is the biggest piece. We are proposing, again, it is currently 16 FTE, or has been, has reduced its total FTE to 16 from 17 to 16, 1 FTE decrease. Want to just point out some of the changes related to materials and services and supplies and capital outlay. Tammy in the assessment department had some investments that were made last 2 years ago by this budget committee. You might recall there were 2 particular projects, one for a scanning project related to historical information and putting those for property jackets, but then in addition, the implementation of a new system. Happy to say Tammy did a great job in terms of implementation of the first project. Well, she's done a great job on both of them, but one has been fully implemented and actually came in under budget this last time. So basically that's a one-time phase out. So that's the reason you see those decreases in capital outlay materials and services. The other one, you will see a partial phase out because we are not completely done with the system. And so again, that is still a project that we have to implement, but that is the reasons that you saw some of those decreases in those categorical areas. Funding, again, similar to records and elections that you just heard, this is all housed in the general fund. Tammy does also have some dedicated dollars that comes from the state, the county assessment function, funding assistance, CAFA, as I think the Board of Commissioners are very familiar with, that you have to approve application each and every year. That is dollars. I know, again, there's been attempts to see if that can be broadened or a larger amount to help support assessment. Haven't seen anything yet, but hopeful that we can get further support for the assessment department going forward. But all in all, 81% of the dollars are supported with discretionary revenues. 19% CAFA has not kept up with probably the increases that we have seen in cost. So it's going to become a smaller sliver of the bigger pie. And as time goes along, if it doesn't keep up with those costs, it's going to get smaller and smaller. And there's going to be more dependency on discretionary revenue, which brings us back to we need to hopefully continue to advocate through AOC and others and through Assessors Association to try to get more support. I think one of the things that we often forget about with the budget, because it's somewhat blind, we are the tax collector for all of the and the tax assessor and the tax collector for the entire county. So there are dollars that run through to all these other taxing districts that there are no dollars that are paid to Tammy for the work that she does, nor any on the collection side. So I think that has been the case, or the case that has been made legislatively. I'm again not sure if it has the legs this time to get through, but hopefully we can continue to push for more support for assessment departments, not only for us, but across the county. There's a good reason to be able to support those departments and what they bring to, from a revenue standpoint, to the county. Not a lot to see here in terms of this. Tammy's got a pretty simple structure. Again, a relatively smaller department. Valuation taxation is all in pretty much one division. She did have some capital improvement programs that sometimes you will see here where there's investments in the various areas. You can see again, there was some capital improvement dollars that were put in 23, 25 and adopted specifically to a vehicle purchase. That obviously is not one-time investment, so that's the reason it's gone, if you're wondering why that's. So again, pretty standard structure for the general fund. So with that, I will turn it to our assessor, Tracy, to tell you a little bit more about the organization, the programs, and maybe some of the goals and challenges going forward.
Thank you, Rick. Is this on? Closer?
Semi-close.
How's that? Good?
Better.
All right.
Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you for having me here today. I want to focus on the org chart here. It's important because I will be talking about this throughout the presentation. Currently, you will see the program coordinator position is currently a limited duration position. Sandy MG, that was a position that was filled outside of budget. Again, it's limited duration. I want to note here, and I note later in the presentation, that we did a recruitment, an extensive recruitment for this position, but we did end up hiring internally. So you will see the MS appraiser specialist vacant. That recruitment left that position vacant. So that's one appraisal position that is currently vacant. Also under appraisal, you will see residential appraiser vacant, and that is the proposed frozen position, if you will. And in my pops, you will also be hearing the general, it sounds like a common theme of reorganization, succession planning, cross-training. So with that in mind, just keep this, this org chart in mind. So our primary mission is to administer the property tax program accurately, fairly, and efficiently in compliance with Oregon state laws and to provide the highest level of customer service to those we serve. We are responsible for valuing all real and personal property in the county, which is around 41,000 parcels at 100% real market value. And we create the maximum assessed value, which is the taxable value for every account in existence. We maintain property information and ownership, and administer various other programs. We process all of the exemptions, special assessments. We also do manufactured home processing, which brings our county in, or our department in, some additional revenue. In more detail, the assessment department is requesting a $6.58 million in 25-27 to ensure it can perform the statutory function of the county assessor under Oregon law. Again, our primary functions are valuation of real and business personal property. We are responsible for mapping and processing land changes, administering special programs such as farm forest deferral, senior deferral, again, ownership information, exemptions, calculating taxable values. We also process and calculate the annual tax rates every year, and we extend property taxes for all properties in the county. In 2024, we valued 40,521 real and personal property accounts in the county at a real market value of a little over $25.3 billion, with a total taxable value of just over $11.1 billion. Taxes extended in 24 were just a little under 200,000 for our 52 taxing districts. And this is where, again, the House bill that Rick was referencing, House Bill 3518, we were trying to, the assessors have been lobbying for many years to have the districts participate in funding our department, because we are generating revenue in essence and distributing that money to those taxing districts. And again, that is really where the slowdown is. We're not getting support from K through 12 schools, is the last that I have heard.
And Tammy, just so I can make sure our record is correct when it's put in the minutes, I know you said 200,000, but you meant $200 million.
Oh, thank you.
So I just want to make sure that's caught for our recorder. So when it is put in, it's correct, because that is a pretty substantial difference.
Thanks for correcting me, Rick. Significant difference there. All right. So also every year we review all of the taxing district budgets that come in. We enter the requested rates and amounts, and we compute the rates for the districts, the bonds, the levies, et cetera. And we assure uniform distributions of taxes to those districts. We maintain and update currently 1,454 maps consisting of 37,522 tax lots. And this is the base tax map for the county, cities, other agencies, and general public. And the assessor reports to the assistant county administrator. All right, goals. I have four goals for the department. These goal 1 and goal 2 are sort of carryovers from the last biennium. Goal 1 refers to the electronically scanned property jackets. The assessment department did successfully have all of those scanned last biennium at much less than budgeted. Unfortunately, the IT department was lacking sufficient resources in getting that information out on our property search website. I will note that our property search website, I think, is the second most popular visited website in the county. And so it's really important for us to get this information out there. Goal number 2, again, is carryover. The assessment department actually audited and reviewed every tax lot card we had, not once, but twice, to confirm and assure that we did not have any confidential information in those cards. They are now available to put on the property search webpage. Again, IT did not have resources, but both goal 1 and 2, I've negotiated in our conversion process to our new A&T system, ORCATS, that will be part of the new web platform as we move forward. So there will be no additional funding requested for goal 1 and goal 2, and that will bring us to about I would say 95% of our public information will be available for public viewing. These are the last two pieces that are highly sought out information that require people coming into the office, us emailing or whatnot. So this will be a great addition to our property search. Goal number 3 is, of course, our conversion, which you will be hearing throughout my presentation. We've got extremely aggressive timelines. Our first deadline is July 1 of 2025. We're converting in 2 parts. Not only we're doing the tax piece, we're also doing all of our account maintenance administration. And the more difficult part of our actual valuation system will come starting in January 1 of 26. So aggressive goal, we're hoping to meet this deadline of 9/1/26 to be completely converted. And again, this was approved in the last biennium, this conversion. Goal number 4 is the organizational restructuring. Again, providing professional growth and advancement, essential reclassifications due to change in business need, cross-training and succession planning. As we move into our new system, it is 100% different than what we do today. We work in 2 separate systems, and we will be doing everything differently. So I need to have that ability to reclass positions as we go forward. You'll see here in our policy packages are all reclassifications. Historically, these were done outside of budget process. Now they are required as part of the budget. And the other important factor in the assessment department is we have longevity. And we have 5, 6, 7 people that will be retiring and leaving the department in the next 2 to 6 to 7 years. So cross-training, succession planning is important. And that will take us, I believe, into policy packages. Oh, no, this here, again, the budget adjustments, impacts, the freeze of the one property, it's a technical specialist too, it's a property appraiser. Again, the ECI and reduced retirement, the vacancy factor going from 5 to 6.4, materials and supplies reduction, 10,938. I will add that we actually reduced our material and services budget by significantly more than that number reflects. And then our cost savings from internal service department reductions. So total proposed budget adjustment here from the county administrator is $493,330. And I would also add another thing to note. This is a biennium of transition, which I'll talk about further, but we are paying double maintenance fees because we're having to maintain our current systems currently. And so we're expending $250,000 for our old systems, plus now we're spending, I think it's $130,000 a year for the new system. So our budget's a little wacky, if you will, during this biennium. A lot is going on. I'm going to talk about the impacts because I notice I really don't express myself very well in this impact. So I'm going to talk about that more as we go through here. The policy, I'm just going. You want me to just keep going? Okay, I'm on a roll. Keep talking. Okay. So the recommended budget increase of $27,317, in addition to the assessment department's 25-27 current service level, we requested an estimated $109,489 for the 6 policy packages. Again, those are all reclassifications. Based on review by county administrator, an increase of $27,317 was recommended for 2 of those packages. In total, the recommended policy package and budget adjustment represents a 6.7% decrease to the assessment department budget. As a result of those actions, the 25-27 proposed budget is 3% higher than 23-25 adopted budget. And one thing I do want to note here too is I believe that the property tax system generates 83% of our general fund dollars. So while our department is not necessarily loved throughout our community, we do bring a significant amount of revenue in for the department or for the county and for our district. So I would like you all to remember that as we go forward. Okay, so the two policy packages that were recommended was the program coordinator position, establishing that position as a full-time position. The requested amount here for the we handled it as a reclass in this package request of $16,207. And this position is important for multiple reasons, not only getting us through a conversion, but we have had many projects, data projects, analyzing projects. We're currently doing a change finder project where we're looking at imagery here and imagery there and seeing where we've missed. I mean, we've already found one arena that was never put on the tax roll and that generated $250,000 of new value, you know. So these projects are important. We just haven't had the resources to follow them all the way through. So I felt that was an important position. It is important for us going forward. The policy package 6 is a technical specialist reclassification. This is really cross-training and assuming additional tax roll responsibilities. There's currently two of us in the assessment department that know what a tax roll is and all of the components that go along with a tax roll. And it's very complicating and we need to have more people learning this and being able to step in when the time is right. So this person is already working out a class and assuming these roles and learning and taking on more responsibility. So these were the two reclasses that were recommended. The policy package 1 is a reclassification from an appraiser 2 to an appraiser 3. That's a more senior position. It's either a lead position or a specialist farm forest position. Both of these areas, we will be seeing retirements on the horizon. So this is an opportunity for us to reclass current 2 to a more specialized 3, cross-training succession planning. That's at a requested amount of $20,414, where 0 was recommended. The next is complicating. This is the position that was actually proposed as vacated. I initially, before I knew it was going to be proposed that it was vacated, I wanted to reclass that position to a 2. It's a more advanced position that can do more complex residential and urban properties. $20,943 requested, 0 recommended. The last 2, deputy director, I think I've heard that mentioned a couple times. As again, there's a need for a deputy director in our organizational chart for succession planning. Requested amount on that position for the biennium was $25,858, 0 recommended. And last but not least is a personal property specialist reclass. This individual currently does our personal property valuation, and we want them to assume the role of valuing our machinery and equipment. It's also a self-reporting requirement. These are industrial businesses or industrial accounts versus business accounts, the machinery and equipment. This would create consistency and valuation. And again, we're trying to get more capacity for the appraisers. And this would free up time data entry time for the commercial multifamily appraisers.
And Mr. Chairman, if I might just quickly, I want to kind of lend some support here to Tammy and go back to what she talked about at the beginning with her organization chart. So again, two vacancies basically is what we have. One of those vacancies, she is suggesting a freeze. So that's pretty clear. The other vacancy, though, she purposely chose to leave vacant because she wanted the opportunity to bring in a program coordinator. That's the limited duration position she was talking. So currently, the way we're managed, back to position management, we're needing to make sure that we're not just establishing positions and having permanent positions without some form of process to determine the impacts. We chose to keep that limited duration, and she kept that position vacant. But now, obviously, with the financial situations that we're in, we don't have as much money to establish that limited duration as position. So she is forced into this place of that vacancy position, essentially going back and reclassifying it to keep that limited duration. It's a choice, obviously, that she has to make, but it does, I think, present a different kind of impact when she, again, hopefully she knew it was always a bit of a gamble anytime you put a limited duration in place because you have to go through these particular processes. But in many ways, it's a bit of a 2 FTE impact in relation to it. So again, I think it fills a void. It's about making priorities, as Tammy has, to really say that, this is what I need, the program coordinator. But I just it's a little complicated in this. There's a lot of moving parts, and I just wanted to make sure you understood this particular situation because it's a little unique to the rest. So sorry, Tammy, I just wanted.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Before I was aware of the budget situation shortfall we were in, I was actually going to come to you all to ask for an additional FTE, bringing our total FTE from 17 to 18. We've been budgeted at 17 FTE since the 2019-21 budget. The county continues to grow. There continues to be a need for us to be in the field. We were finally beginning to accomplish some of our reappraisal goals. And while this may not sound like many, it's a lot more than we've used to do. We accomplished 2,000 appraisals. And these are properties that we've not been to in over 25 years. Some of you that have been on this committee have heard my pitch before. It's a state problem. We're not getting out to these properties unless there's a trigger, a statutory trigger. And there's omitted property in 24. We added $320,000 of omitted tax. In 23, 380. And historically, we were adding 70 to 80,000. There's large buildings that are out there. And we have about 1,300 properties left that we've not been to in 25 to 30 years in our rule. Lots of stuff goes on in the rule that is not necessarily permitted, and that does take two appraisers. So while I understand and I understand our situation, and I understand if you were to fund me differently than is recommended, it's taking something away from another department. But in addition to the need for these reappraisals, we are going through a conversion, and it's a very, very complex conversion. We are taking two systems, and our evaluation system is, we've been in both systems. We converted in 2001, 2, and the valuation piece of it that is coming up, I mean, we value every little component of a structure, every little component. It's going to be huge and significant. So when I'm hearing reduced staffing and, trying to accomplish our goals and do our reappraisals and then going through this significant year of conversion, it's really challenging for me to face and to think about how we're going to do this and be successful, because I pride our department in our customer service and the work that we do. But we're going to be going through a lot this biennium, and on top of that, we have people that are going to be retiring, and we have to set this department up to be successful. And if we don't, unfortunately, we're going to have some real struggles coming forward in the next biennium. So I appreciate you hearing me today. And, you know, we do have opportunities. This new system, when we're all said and done, it's a much more efficient system. It's going to be great once we get there. And all through this process, I've been thinking about ways to get more resources to our appraisal staff, because we need to be in the field and we need to be reappraising and we need to get out to these properties. And you will see in the way that my organizational chart has ended is I actually have 2 less positions in my appraisal division in this proposed budget, the way that it fell. So that's all I have today. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Commissioner Wise?
A clarifying question on your goals 1 and 2, I think. So you talked about the electronically scanned property jackets and making sure they're all uploaded, and mentioned that IT hasn't had the bandwidth. Who will your staff actually be doing the uploading and the work, or is it IT?
It actually will be our new vendor. So we've done our internal scanning and we completed the auditing of the tax law cards. Now we're just waiting to get that on our website. So that is actually part of our system conversion, and we'll be moving to a completely new platform, and that is part of what we have negotiated into this conversion.
Okay, thank you.
Question? Thank you very much.
All right, thank you for your time.
So, Mr. Chairman, you are a efficient committee. You have your 10 minutes till. I think we missed our mark. I penciled this out to 5:45, and already my clock, it's 5:50, maybe a little bit behind. So you've done quite well in terms of managing the time for the day. I think just real quickly before we get to 6 o'clock, and I know we'll have opportunities for public hearing, I don't necessarily see anybody behind me in terms of signing up, but there may be opportunities for people that are interested online. I know that I'm sure that staff will be looking to see if there's any interest in signing up for public hearing. I'll just kind of review for you kind of what's next. We get tomorrow off. You've had a long day. We'll hit Thursday again, and we'll start with our internal service departments. So you'll hear from human resources, you'll hear from IT, finance, and then we will move into public works. We'll have the health group in the afternoon, and then we'll finish with community development and NAPE. So that is what your Thursday looks like. I think so far everything is moving along on schedule. I'm starting to think ahead in terms of Friday. We have the one piece, but obviously one thing that's a little different with this schedule than it was 2 years ago is we had a little time from the time that you finished your last hearing until you deliberated. And so if there were changes that needed to be made, we were able to prepare. So I just want to kind of plant that seed for you as it relates to any adjustments that need to be made to this recommendation. My staff is going to need a moment to try to pull all that together so that we can make sure you have an appropriate motion come Friday. So I just want to plant that. I know we have plenty of time, built in for deliberation. We'll have one more public hearing on Friday after the non-departmental. So I just want to keep that in mind. And so as opportunity affords itself, if there are questions or clarifications that you need to help you in anything that you might want to be thinking about adjustment, I think the more heads up that we can get to prepare ourselves, because like I said, we'll probably have to dismiss or adjourn the meeting so that we can go and calculate the numbers really quick so we can come back to you. So just wanted to plant that seed for you. With that, Mr. Chairman, I don't have anything else left today unless there's some questions.
I was going to ask the committee if there are any questions or clarifications at this point.
I just wanted to talk a little bit about we've heard a lot about the defined or the lowered retirement benefits and elimination of the ECI, et cetera. And I just wanted to call out that, well, this is my understanding, so please correct me if I'm wrong, but our deferred compensation plans have been doing not good. And so lowering the money that we put into deferred compensation for management, I mean, we're essentially sort of throwing it away. And so that's actually kind of it's not as much of a hit as it maybe sounds like, if that makes sense. Or could you please explain it in a way that sounds better than my tired brain? If your tired brain can.
I'll do my best. I think so. Just part of the management unrepresented benefit package at the county is that management unrepresented employees get 3% of their salary to be contributed directly to a deferred compensation or tax annuity shelter of their choice. We have different options. The proposal in this budget is to change that from 3% to 1.5%. That will be equal to what all of our other representative employees, that's part of their contract negotiation. But again, I'm not saying that that's rationale, but it will be level with all the rest. I think to Commissioner Wise's point, and help me on this, Commissioner, if I get it wrong, but I think obviously we know deferred compensation accounts aren't doing well, the returns are essentially. So I think what you may be saying is that the value of those particular contributions may not be the value they once were. Now, obviously, time changes, economy gets better, stock market gets better, and those investments you make may accrue over time. So I think it's always a subject to the market change. Did I get that right? Is that kind of what
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anything else? No? 5:53. Unless we look at Apple time and it's 5:56.
So I think this is in the past, we did put on the schedule a 6 o'clock start time for a public hearing. So I think we could stand at ease, I guess, for a few minutes unless there's other matters, and then adjourn and then come back at 6 o'clock sharp and give the opportunity for the public.
I know that our public hearing would probably be very short, but I would like just 2 minutes between now and then, if that's possible. Yeah, okay, thanks.
back at 6 PM. I will open the public hearing on our proposed budget. Is there anyone, there's no one in the room. Is there anyone online? No. Okay. So do you have somebody online?
I see that there are people online. I haven't seen anyone turn on their camera or put a thumbs up. I was just given a second in case they wanted to.
Look at what's done.
What you've done. Okay, so do we keep the public hearing open until Friday, or do we close it for today?
Close it and another public.
Well, for on Thursday and another one on Friday. Okay. With that, we'll close the public hearing. And with that, we will adjourn this meeting and we will reconvene at 9 AM on Thursday morning. Same hall, same performing and thank you.
Thank you all.